Authentication and authorization are the backbone of any modern web framework. Without them, our apps can't distinguish between users or protect sensitive data. They are essential for building secure applications. But why it is necessary to master these concepts? Because whether you are building a small app or a very complex system, getting auth wrong can lead to serious issues. So, learning how to design and implement authentication and authorization system is not just a skill, it's a responsibility of us developers. So, in this feature-packed course, we are going to cover everything from password hashing to session management, from securing APIs with JWT to role-based access control. Everything is covered, be it secure ways of generating token, be it secure ways of storing token, be it secure ways of versioning the token, be it a way to prevent your app from being misused by bots. Here you will find solution to all the problems related to authentication and authorization. So by the end of this course, you will have the skill to design and implement rock solid authentication system, and you will finally understand the difference between who you are versus what you can do. Now let me give you a very brief walkthrough of what we are going to cover throughout this course. So of course this is going to be authentication and authorization. Okay, so we are going to learn different fundamental concepts of doing authentication, and then we will go for authorization. Okay, so we'll start with authentication. What will be our first step when we are doing authentication? It will be user registration, right? So we all know what is the process of user registration, right? You take the user information, add it to your database. But how you are going to add it to the database? What are the security best practices that we are going to learn here, right? And then, is this all that we are going to do in user registration? Of course not, right? Because I said this is going to be a feature packed course, right? So what feature we are going to add? We are going to add CAPTCHA validation. Okay, so how we can generate CAPTCHA, how we are going to leverage the power of Express session to store and validate CAPTCHA information, right? So that bots and automated system cannot misuse our system, right? So this is why CAPTCHA validation is important, and many places we have seen that, be it Google reCAPTCHA and the CAPTCHA images that are added when we are trying to submit a form, right? So we are going to see how we do CAPTCHA validation. Is that all? No. We are going to see how to do CSRF validation, cross-site request forgery, a very common security issue that arises, but it's very easy to handle. And we are going to see how we are going to generate token that validates against a cross-site request forgery attack, right? So these are the basic flow of user registration. Then what comes the next part? Of course it will be user login, right? So in this video we are not going to discuss one, but we are going to discuss two different methods of doing user login, right? One is the very famous one, that is JWT token, right? We have seen in my previous video I have used JWT token to do the user validation, right? But in this video we are going to take it up a notch. We are going to learn about refresh token. What is refresh token? What is the difference between JWT token and refresh token? Which one should be valid for longer duration versus which one should be a short-lived token, right? These are the fundamental concepts that we are going to learn, right? Is that all? No. Now coming to refresh token, there are two concepts. One is token recycling, where it is used, why it is used, how it is implemented. That is all that we are going to see in this video, right? Then token versioning, why we need to version refresh token, what advantage does this give us, what kind of security challenges we will face if we do not do token versioning. These are all the fundamental concepts that we are going to learn in this video. Now, is this all? No. Multi-factor authentication, fundamental concept of doing user login. Many websites you must have seen that they will, especially banking websites, they will ask for a multi-factor authentication. That means What is multi-factor authentication? You use your username and password, then OTP will be generated, one-time password, right? And that also you have to fill. Then only you will be able to do a valid login, right? So we are going to see multi-factor authentication, but question is how? Are we going to send SMS? No. Are we going to send email? No. There is another way of doing multi-factor authentication that we will see in this video, right? Now, is that all? No. There is another way of doing user login, that is session based login. Now, how session based login is different from token based login? Of course, we'll see in the video, right? Then when you are doing session based login, there is a fundamental concept of session stickiness. Okay, where this is used? Suppose your server restarts, right? So what will happen? Your session information will be erased. So a user that has logged in will not be able to log back or send a valid request because your server restarted, your session information is lost, right? Another example, load balancer, right? So what happens? There are multiple app servers. Suppose your session is created in one app server, then the token will go to the user, then the user will use this token to send a request, but this time load balancer sent it to a different app server. Now here the session information will not be available, right? So in that case, user will be told that you are not a valid user or you are not logged in, right? So these are the two scenarios in which session stickiness is important. We have to stick the session across server restart and across multiple app servers, right? So this is what we are going to learn. Okay, this is not going to be a very basic authentication and authorization course where we are going to generate a token and do a validation and call it a day. No, this is going to be a feature packed course. Then is this all? No. After this, we will jump to authorization, right? And what we are going to learn in authorization? Of course, we will have users, right? Then we are going to build a permission framework, which operation can be performed by a particular user, right? And they will be mapped to groups. So a user can belong to a group or it can belong to multiple groups. Each group will be associated with one or multiple permissions, and based on the groups and roles, we are going to decide whether a logged in user can perform a specific operation or not, right? So groups, I've given just an example, like there can be an admin group, there can be an author group, right? There can be a moderator group. Then permission, each permission will be mapped to a CRUD operation. When a user comes in and wants to perform a CRUD operation, we will see what group it belongs to. Does that group have the permission? And then we will allow to access the resource, otherwise we will not allow. So these are the fundamental building blocks of authorization, and that is what we are going to learn, right? Great. I really hope you are excited about this course. But what tech stack we are going to use? Of course, Node.js, Express and MongoDB. Now this is all for the intro video. I just wanted to share what are the major fundamental things that we are going to learn. I really hope that you are excited about this course. Do like this video, subscribe to the channel if you are excited about this course, because this is the kind of content that I keep bringing on this channel. So we'll start the project from scratch. So I have opened VS Code. Feel free to open whatever favorite code editor that you want to use. And what I will do, I'll start by creating a npm project. So I'll say npm init-y. So what this will do, this will create a package.json for me. Now, once this is done, I want to do two things here. First thing that I want to do is to add the type, and I want to make it as module. So what will happen because of this? So I don't have to use the required syntax. I'll be using the import syntax. Then I will add a dev script, and this will be running nodemon, then src index.js. If you want, you can add more script, but for the purpose of this demo, for now, I'll be sticking to only the dev script. Then this being done, so we are saying src index.js. So let us create that folder. So src and within this I will say index.js. Then let us install some dependency. So I'm going to install npm install. Of course, this will be an Express app, and we are going to use MongoDB. So I'll install Mongoose, and to read the environment variables, I'm going to use .env. So let me install these three first. Then as and when time comes, we'll install more and more dependencies based on our need. Now that being done, what I will do, on the project root, I'll create a .env file. So this will have all our environment variables. So first environment variable will be port, and I am adding 8000 here. If you want to add a different port, feel free to do that, but make sure the port is not used by any other process. Then what I will do, I'll say Mongo URI. So Mongo URI. So this is where I'll add the MongoDB connection. So a MongoDB instance is running in my system. So if you already have a running instance, feel free to use that. If you want, you can use it through Docker. If you want, you can go for a cloud service provider. There are plenty of choices for having a MongoDB. So what I'm going to do, I have a local instance running, so I'll point to that one. So I'll say MongoDB : / then localhost and port number 27017. Okay, and then you have to give the database name. So I'm just going to say auth. Feel free to give whatever name you want, right? Now this being done, what we will do, we'll go to our index.js file. We will start setting up our Express app. So what I will do, I will say import Express from Express, then import .env from .env, and I will say import Mongoose from Mongoose, then .env.config. So after this line, we'll be able to read the .env file and its key value pair, right? Then I will say const app equals to express, and I will call the express function. And then what I will do, I'll create a IFI. Okay, that is immediately invoked function execution. And here I will write a async function like this. And inside this async function, what I will do, I'll add a first try catch block. So because here in this block, I want to connect to the MongoDB. So it's always safe to put it in a try catch block. And let me first quickly add the catch block, right? So it is easy. So I'll say console.log failed to start the server, and we will add the error message, whatever it is, right? And here what I can do, I can say process.exit with non-zero code. That means abruptly it will terminate. If I say exit 0, that means it has ended successfully, but this is not the case here. That is what it means, non-zero exit code. That means it did not exit successfully. So what I will do, I will say process.exit 0. That means it will quit the server process. If it failed to connect to database, or if there is any exception, it will immediately kill the process. So no point in starting the server, right? And then what I will say, I'll say const port equals to process.env.port. Okay, and const, I will say mongo URI equals to process.env, and what I will do, I will copy from here and paste it here, right? So I have added these two environment variables in a JavaScript variable, right? Then what I can do, I can say await mongoose.connect. Connect where? On the Mongo URI, right? So I'll connect it to Mongo URI. Then once this is done, what I can do, I can say console.log, I will say successfully connected to DB, right? Then I will say app.listen. So now once DB connection is done, we'll start listening the app on where? On the given port, and I will add a callback function. This will say console.log. I'll use backticks. So I'll say server started on port, and I'll give the port number. Okay, now this much logic is done. I will save this one, and I will come to the terminal, and I'll say npm run dev. let us see if it is starting or if we are getting any error, right? Let us check. Okay, so it says successfully connected to DB and server started on port 8000, right? So to test this one, let us create a ping API. Okay, so just a dummy API in which the path will be ping and will respond a pong message. Okay, so I'll say app.use, okay, and I will say /ping, and it will take request and response. And what this will do, this will say rest.status of 200, and I will say JSON, and it will take a message which will say pong. Okay, very simple implementation, right? And we are getting some error here. Let us check. And why it is giving error? The semicolon is missing. So if I add that semicolon and if I save this one, so it will again start the server. Okay, so what I can do, I can open Postman, right? Here is the Postman, and here what I will do, I will quickly go to the ping API on this port 8000 in localhost, and I'll send a GET request. Okay, so if I send this one, it will say message as pong, right? So our server setup is successfully done, right? Then let us move to next step. Then what we will start with? We'll start with user registration, right? And for that we need a DB schema. So let us first start working on our schema file. So on the SRC, I'll create a folder and call it as schema. And here what I will do, I'll add a new file and call it as user.schema.js. Okay, so this is where I'll store the user schema. So first thing what I have to do, I have to import Mongoose. So import Mongoose from Mongoose, right? Then I will say const user schema equals to new mongoose.schema, and it will take a schema object, right? So what will be the content of the schema object? So basic things too, we need the username and password, right? Optionally, if you want, you can add email implementation also. In my implementation, I'm using email also, right? So I'll say username. Okay, then what will be this type? Type will be string. Is this required? So of course this is required, right? So I'll say true. And is this going to be unique? So no two users should have the same username, right? So I'm going to mark it as unique. Okay, then I'll say password. Okay, what will be the password? So type will of course be string. And is this going to be required? So of course this is also going to be required. Okay, then what else we can add? If you want, you can add another optional field called email. Okay, as such we are not going to do anything with email like sending an email or any other validation, but just for the sake of completeness, I'm keeping email. If you want, you can skip it or just have it. Okay, so I'm going to say type of string, and I'm going to say mark it as required as true. Okay, great. Now this being done, what I will do here, I will say here I'll add a property. Okay, and I'll say timestamps to true. That means it will create the created at and updated at timestamp in the user document. Okay, so I'll say timestamp as true. So I'll say const user equals to mongoose.model, and I will say user, and which schema I will pass? I'll pass the user schema. Then export default user, right? So I'll export. Great. So our DB schema is done. Right now what we will do, we'll create the router and service layer. Okay, so what will happen, the service layer will do the heavy lifting. It will have all the business logic, and the route layer or the controller layer, it will call the service method only after all the middleware validation passes, right? So middleware validation like CAPTCHA validation is correct, CSR validation is correct, right? Those kind of validation it will do. Authentication is valid, right? So that kind of validation it will do, and then it will pass the control to the service layer. So what I can do, let me write the service layer for user registration. Okay, so here on parallel to schema, inside the SRC, I'll create a new folder and I'll call it as services or service. I'm making it plural. Okay, here also I'm saying schemas, so I'm saying services. Okay, and here what I can do, I can say new file and I can say user registration.service.js. Okay, and here I will add a method export const. I'll say register user equals to, this is going to be an async function. This will take the, this is going to take the request and response. Okay, now of course I need MongoDB, so I'll say import mongoose from mongoose. Okay, then if you see the user schema, what fields we are expecting? Username, password and email. So this value we will get from the post body, right? So I'll say const username, password and email from where? From request.body. Okay, this equal sign is missing. Okay, request.body. Okay, now first thing that we have to check, we will use this username and check if this username already exists in the DB, right? If this username already exists, we will throw error. If not, then we will proceed to the next step, right? Why? Because username should be unique always, right? So we cannot have duplicate username. So here also we are seeing unique in the schema level. So we'll do the same validation at the service level also. So what we can say, I can say const existing user, and here I don't need the mongoose import, but rather what I want the user schema that we defined previously, right? So I'll say import user from schemas user.schema, right? And here I should add .js extension, otherwise this import syntax will throw error, right? Then what I can do, I can say, of course I have to await, right? And user dot find one by what? Find one by username. Okay, so if a user exists, right? So if we get a existing user, then what we can do, we can say return response.status 400, that is bad request, right? And we'll say JSON. Okay, and we'll say message username already taken, right? You can add whatever error message you want, right? Then now username, password and email we have, right? And this username doesn't exist. Now what we need to do, we need to set it in the database. But before setting in the database, what we need to do, we need to hash the password, right? So for that, what we have to do, we have to add a library bcrypt.js, right? So let me quickly add that library. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to kill the server. Then what I will say, I will clear the console and I will say npm install bcrypt. Okay, great. Now that is done. So what I can say, I will come to the user registration service and I will import it. So I'll say import bcrypt from bcrypt. Okay, then what I can say, I can say const hashed password equals to, I will say await, okay, bcrypt dot hash. Okay, hash what? Hash the password. And how many round of hashing it will do? It will do 10 rounds. Okay, now remember 10 is kind of convention or a sweet spot, right? So the less round you will do, the easier it will be to run a brute force dehashing algorithm, right? As such, there is no dehashing algorithm. Hash is a one-way function, but the less number of rounds you have, the less securities, and the more number of round you are adding, the more CPU intensive it will be, right? The more performance intensive it will be. So 10 is like kind of a sweet spot. Okay, so that's why I'm keeping 10. Maybe 12, 16 you can do, but not more than that. Okay, then I will say const new user equals to new user. Okay, and here I will say username and I will say password as the hashed password. Okay, and I will say the email. Okay, and why it is giving squiggly error? Because here it should be bracket. Okay, normal parenthesis, right? Then I will say await new user dot save. Okay, so this will actually save it to the database, right? And we will say rest dot status of what? 201. Okay, that is created, resource created, right? And I will say JSON and I will add a message. Okay, so user registered successfully. Okay, and with this our service layer is done. Okay, then what we will do, we'll create the route for this one. So on src, I'll create a new folder and I'll call it as routes.js. Okay, and here what I can do, I'll add a new file and I'll call it as auth.routes.js. so all auth related operation like register, login, get captcha, get csrf token, everything will add here. Okay, so first thing what I need to import express from express, right? Then I will say const router equals to express.router. Okay, and in this router I'll add a post method. Okay, post method on slash register. Okay, and what this will do, this will call the register user method. Okay, now this being done, what I will do, I will say export default router, so that we can import in main and then attach it to a middleware. I will come here and I will say app.use. Okay, on slash auth, what we will do, we will, let me first import that one. Okay, so import auth router from where, dot slash, and what this is saying, so this folder name I have given it as routes.js. it should be only routes. Okay, routes, and within that I have auth.routes.js. okay, so now I'll come to index and I will say dot slash routes slash auth.routes.js, and this auth route, what I can do, I'll edit here. Okay, so what will be the URL, it will be auth and then slash register, right? So our API URL, that is localhost colon 8000 slash auth slash register. That's how the API path will be here, right? So what I will do, I will quickly start the server and let us check if there are any errors. Otherwise we'll go to postman. Okay, so it is saying cannot find user registration service on routes, right? So what we will do, we will say .js. okay, what else, and again here I'll use semicolon. Okay, so once I use semicolon, it will again successfully connected to DB server started on port 8000, right? Now I'll quickly open postman. Okay, and I will go to auth and here I have register user. Okay, so here what I am saying, email, username and password, this value I am going to send. Okay, then I will send this request and there is some error, we will check. Okay, and it is saying request body as it is undefined. Okay, so why is that? Because we have to add another middleware so that it can parse the body. So let us quickly do that. So I'll say app.use, I'll say express.json. okay, now we will be able to parse the body. So I will come to postman and I will send another request. Okay, and what it is saying, user registered successfully, right? So I will open MongoDB for you, and here I have the auth database and I have opened user. I'll do a refresh. Okay, so if you see username admin, email, whatever email value we have added, and if you see password, right, this password is hashed, so it is not plain text password. Okay, great. Now this part is done, user registration part is done here, right? Now next what we will do, let us add captcha to this, right? So you must have seen captchas, right? So these are images, right, that bots and automated system cannot read, right? Because of course images cannot be read, right, whether it is what is given in the image, right? So who can read? Only humans can read, right? So what captcha will do, we as a human, we have to interpret the image and add its text to the captcha field, right? So what we can do, we have to add captcha to our user registration service, right? So let us do that. We'll do step by step and I'll show you how we can integrate captcha into our API. So for that, let us add few libraries. Okay, so what I will do, I will come to the VS Code and I'll kill the process. Okay, then we need few services, we need few npm packages, right? So what I will do, I will come here and I will say npm install. Okay, now first that I need is express session. Okay, so all the captcha information are going to be managed through a session, express session, right? So we need this library so that we can create session, assign it to the particular user, and based on that we'll attach properties and then read the properties. Okay, so I'll show you how it will be done, but this is the express session npm package that we are going to use. Okay, and one more library, svg captcha, right? So svg captcha is the library that will help us to generate the captcha image. Okay, so we'll quickly install this. Great. Now what we will do, I'll come to index and I will set up the express session here. Okay, so what I will do, I will say import session from express session. Okay, and after our app is configured, I'll say app.use. Okay, I'll say session and I will pass few configuration value. Okay, so first it need a session secret, so I will go to env, I will add a session secret. So for this what I will do, I will paste this line, session secret equals to a long string of text. Okay, so this will be my session secret. This will securely stay in the server so that nobody can mess around with my session variables or they try to hack into the or hijack into the session. Okay, so I will say process.env dot, and what I will do, I will come here and copy this one. So I'll say session secret. Then what I will do, I'll say resave to false. Okay, then save uninitialized to true and cookie. So this will generate cookie, right? So what this will do, this will inject cookie into the response, right? And it will have a cookie ID. Next time when the request is sent, we have to pass this cookie. We as in we in the Postman, right? If you are doing it in the browser, once the cookie is set, it will be automatically sent on your subsequent request. Okay, so when you are dealing it in the browser, you don't have to do anything. Because we are doing it in the Postman, we will keep on sharing the cookie. Okay, so this app.use will by default inject the cookie. Okay, so what this cookie will do, so we'll say max age of how much? This will be in seconds. Okay, so I am going to say around 3 minutes. Okay, and HTTP only to be true. Okay, now what is HTTP only to be true? That means only server side code can read this cookie. Client or JavaScript cannot read this cookie. Okay, that means this cookie will be secure from client side attacks. Okay, only our server can read this cookie. So this express session is done. This will inject a cookie in our request. Okay, then what we can do, let us go to service and write a service that will generate a captcha for us and it will set it in the session. So I'll say new file. I'll show you what I mean by that. Okay, so I'll say captcha.service.js. okay, and what I will do, I will first import, okay, import svg captcha from svg captcha library that we have installed, right? Then I will say export const generate captcha equals to request and response. Okay, then I will say const captcha equals to svg captcha dot create and it will take few configuration. Okay, now I'll say size to be say 5. Okay, so how big you want the captcha to look, right? And ignore characters, right? Few characters it will ignore. Now why you want to ignore some characters? Say for example 0 and O, they might look similar, right? So this will create unnecessary confusion, right? 1 and I, this small I, this might look similar when the image is generated, right? So this is my choice, right? I don't want to add this, I don't want to add any confusion, right? I'll say noise. Noise means how much disturbance in the image that you want, right? So I'll say 2 and I'll say color to be true. Okay, so these are the configuration. Now if you go to svg captcha here, right, the definition here, you will see these many options, right? If you want to check the config object, right? So size, right? It says number, the length of the random string, right? Then it has width, height, right? Font size, character preset. So many options are there, right? Color, inverse. So if you want, you can play around and experiment with different options, right? And there is another interesting operation, math operation, right? So you must have seen few websites where they give math problems, right? So instead of giving a captcha image or a numbers, there will be a mathematical equation, easy to solve, right? Like 11 plus 7. So what will be the value? But they will be in image format, right? So that also you can do if you want, right? So math min and max value you can set, then it will start generating the math operation equations in your captcha, right? So but for my purpose, I'm just going to stick with normal text. Okay, then what I will do, I will say request dot session dot captcha. So in the request session that we have created, I am adding a variable captcha, right? And what will be the value? It will be captcha dot text, right? So what this, so if you see this create option, right, that I showed you previously, we have config object and it returns captcha object, right? So if you inspect captcha object, what this will return? This will return text. Okay, the text in plain text format and the data which is set type of image SVG, the SVG image in the string. Okay, so this will be the image and this will be the plain text, right? Because we need both. We'll send the image to the user and we will set the text of the same image in our captcha in our session. Okay, now user has to read the captcha and send the text along with the username and password. Then we will take the text and compare with what we have stored in the session, right? So this is going to be the basic flow, right? So what I have done here, on session I have created a variable captcha and I have added captcha dot plain text, right? Then what I will say, response dot type. Okay, what this will be, type SVG. Okay, and res dot send, it will say captcha dot data, right? So text we have stored in our backend and the data we are sending it to the server. Great. Now what we'll do, we'll come to auth routes. Okay, and I will say router dot post. Okay, and I will say captcha, and here what I will say, generate captcha. This method I will add. Okay, so generate captcha. Now I will open the terminal and I will start the server. Let us see if there are any errors. We'll fix and then we'll go to Postman. So no error, successfully connected to DB. Then I will open Postman and I have get captcha, right? And so this is going to be get request, right? So I will come to here router and I will add it as a get request, right? Because there is no data we are submitting, we are just asking for information, so this should be a get request. Okay, so I will come to Postman and I will send the request, right? See, we are getting a captcha image, right? And here I want to add it of 6 character length. Okay, so I will go to generate captcha. It's of course your choice, right? But I have seen in many places the usual standard is 6, right? So I will say 6. Okay, and I will open Postman and I will send it. So if you see, we are generating captcha, right? So a few things I want to show you here. The noise, right? If you say 0, right, what will happen? You are seeing this many distortion, right? So there won't be much noise, right? Now it depends upon you, depends up to you how much noise you want, right? So for me, I want to add it to a sweet spot of 1, right? This is my personal preference. Based on how much noisy you want it to be, you can do this, right? Then there is color, let us make it an false and see what happens, right? So I will add this and this looks black and white, right? Based on your front end need, if you want, you can configure this, right? So I'm keeping it as true and I'm keeping the noise to 2, right? And I will send the request, right? This is my personal preference, this is my sweet spot. Okay, now this is the captcha image, right? Now in this course, we have to read the CAPTCHA information many times, right? So what I will do, for me, sometimes it will be difficult, right, to read the CAPTCHA, especially the small case and uppercase, right? So just for my convenience, right, this will not go to production in general. So what I will do, I'll say console.log and I will say captcha.text. This is just a developer hack. Okay, so what will happen if I log this one and I will go to Postman and I will send a request, right? It says UQ4K U9 something, right? And I have to type this one. So instead of that, what I can do, I can come to console and copy it, right? Just my convenience, developer convenience. Okay, we don't have to actually read and add it, right? We have the mechanism, so we'll just come here, copy it, right? So it will be very easy for us, right? Without any confusion, without any CAPTCHA failures, right? Because at least I do make sometimes mistake when I try to add CAPTCHA, right? Many times it gives invalid CAPTCHA text, right? So I don't want to have this in this demo, so I'm adding a console log, right? So that if I send a request, it says 3vxxml, right? The same is logged here, so I can quickly come to console, copy, put it in Postman, send the request, right? Simple, right? So this is being done. Great. Now what we will do, we have to, now we are adding it into the session, right? Now we should be able to validate it, right? So how we are going to validate? Of course through a middleware, right? So let us write the middleware for this one. So here I'll create a folder and I will say middlewares, and I will add a file and I will call it as validate captcha.js, or I will rename it to a convention that if you see I'm following, right? Dot middleware.js. Okay, so if you see .middleware.js, .routes.js, right? .schema.js, .service.js, right? So this is the convention that I'm following here. Okay, so what I will do, I will say export const validate captcha equals to request response and next. So this is important when we are doing middleware, right? Next method, then const captcha. Okay, this I'm getting from request.body. Okay, that means when I am sending the register user, here I have to add another field called captcha. Okay, so when you are making the front end, what you can do, you can create this many text field and you can create a captcha field, and before the captcha field you can call this API and load this image before that, right? The typical how UI looks for a captcha, right? So, and this spelling is not correct, I think captcha, now it is correct. Okay, so you have to load the text fields and whatever fields you want to load, like email field and password field, right? And you have to do a get call on this one, so this will load the captcha image. You can put it in your front end and then add another text field where the user can write the captcha information. Okay, then what we will do, I'll come to VS Code back and we will continue. Okay, so now where we have the captcha information, we have it in request.session.captcha, right? So I will first do validation. If not, okay, so if this session does not exist, and why this session will not exist? So if you see here, it has a max age of 1800, that is 3 minutes. So the captcha is valid for 3 minutes, right? So within 3 minutes, if you don't send, the cookie is by that time invalid, right? So that's why there might be a chance that this captcha is not valid anymore, or this captcha information is no longer stored in our server, right? So I will say, what I will do, I will add this statement, right? So what this will do, this will return with 400 status and it will say captcha has expired, right? Then what we can do, if we have the captcha in this session, what we will do, we will compare this captcha with this captcha value. Okay, so what I will do, I will copy this line, okay, and equals to captcha, right? If this is not the case, right, not same, it means if user has sent the wrong information, what I can do, I can send a invalid captcha error message. So return response.status 400 and message invalid captcha, right? And if this is correct, then I can say request.session.captcha equals to null. So we will destroy the session information and we will call the next method, right? Great. So let us check the flow again. Read the captcha from the body, right? Then see if the captcha value exists in the session. If not, throw error. Then validate your session captcha versus the captcha sent by the user. If that is not same, if they don't match, throw out error. If it is correct, you have to void your session information, right? So that it cannot be used again, and then call the next method, right? Now where we are going to use this one? In our route. So here auth route. So before doing the registration here, that means before calling the register user, what I will do? I will call here the validate captcha method, right? So this will work as a middleware. So on register, it will first see if captcha is valid. If it is valid, it will come to register user service. Okay, let us test this flow. So what I will do, I will come to this MongoDB, and what I will do, I will delete this one. Okay, so delete it. Then I will come to user register. Okay, and before that, what I will do, I will generate a captcha, and when I generate, it will log it in the console. So I will copy that one, come to this captcha, and I will send. Now it says user registered successfully, right? Let us check the MongoDB, right? So user is registered successfully. Now let us test the negative scenario. So I'll generate a captcha. It has generated something, right? RBV, but this time I'm not sending the correct captcha, right? I'm sending some wrong value, right? So this is RGRVVRH something, right? I am sending RGRTYU, right? If I send this one, what it is saying? Invalid captcha, right? 400 bad request. Great. So now we have captcha integrated into our system. Now, so this captcha addition will save us from bot attacks and automated scripts, right? Now there is another potential security issue called as cross-site request forgery. So somebody who is not intended to submit a form, because ultimately this will be a form submit on the front end, right? Who is not intended to submit a form, they can also submit, because this is an open API, right? As such, we don't need to log in to register, right? Of course, that doesn't make sense. So somebody can make a cross-site request forgery attack in which there will be a hidden form, okay, and user by mistake they can click on that, right? So that is how a typical CSRF attack works, right? So what we have to do, we have to send a authentication token to the client, so that next time if they have to submit the form, they have to send back the authentication token. If they don't send us the authentication token, that means they are not authorized to submit form back to us, right? That is the whole idea. So what we will do, we'll generate a CSRF token, right? So let us start working on the CSRF validation. So for that, what I will do, I will go to my VS Code, and here I will add a new file, and I will call it as CSRF service. Okay, so I will say csrf.service.js. okay, then what I will do, here also we are going to follow the same basic logic. Okay, here what we were doing in our captcha service, what we are doing, we are generating a captcha and then storing it in the session, right? Here on the CSRF service, we are going to generate a token, and that token we are going to store it in the session, right? And the flow will remain the same. So if the token exists in the session, as well as the token should be sent back from the post call, then it's a valid request. Otherwise, there is a CSRF attack that has happened, right? So here on the CSRF service, what we will do, we will first import crypto module from crypto, right? And what I will say, export const, I will say generate, I will say CSRF token equals to request and response. Okay, then first what I will do, I will check if a CSRF token already exists in the session, right? So if not request dot session dot CSRF token. Okay, if this is the case, then only I will generate the session information. Okay, so here what I can say, request.session.csrf token equals to, I'll say crypto dot random bytes of 32. Okay, and what I will do, I will say to string in hex format. Okay, so if a session doesn't already exist, a CSRF session value doesn't already exist, then only I will add a CSRF token to the session. Okay, and what I will say, res dot status of 200. Okay, and JSON, here what I will say, CSRF token equals to request.session.csrf token. That value, whatever we are stored in this session, that we will send. I'll come to postman then, and here on the CSRF token, right, I'll send a request. But before I send a request, what I have to do, I have to attach it to the router, right? So here I will say router.get. Okay, what I will get, I will say CSRF token. Okay, and what value I will say, generate CSRF token, right? Then I'll come to the postman. Okay, and I'll send a request. Okay, so this will generate a CSRF token for me, right? Now what I will do, I will write a middleware. Okay, so here I will say new file, then I'll say validate csrf.middleware.js. Okay, and here what I will do, I'll do the CSRF validation, and it is going to be very similar to how we did in the captcha validation, right? So I will say export const validate CSRF token. Okay, equals to, I'll say request response and next method. Okay, then first what I will do, I will say const CSRF token that is sent by the user. Okay, now how the user is sending the CSRF token, they can send it in body, but the usual convention is send it in the header, and the header name by convention is XCSRF token. Okay, so I'll say headers. Okay, and it will be XCSRF token. Okay, then I'll say const session CSRF token equals to request.session.csrf token, right? So where we are setting this one on the CSRF service, right? So here we set request.session.csrf token, right? So that same value we are reading here, right? Then what we will do, we'll do validation of this both, right? If any of them doesn't exist throughout the error, right? So if not CSRF token, okay, what we can say, I will just copy this line, it will return 400 status, and it says request cannot be processed, right? Simple. And the same thing that I can do on the session CSRF token also, right? So I'll copy the if condition and change it to CSRF session token, right? And I'm giving the same error message that request cannot be processed, right? That means something fishy is happening, right? So if a person is trying to genuinely submit a form, right, he should first ask for a CSRF token and that add it there in your post method, right? Then only the server will accept it, right? So if the token or if the session value doesn't exist, then we'll simply cannot process the request. Okay, then what we will do, of course we'll do the validation, right? So if, okay, what session CSRF token not equals to the CSRF token that is sent by the user, right? What we will do, we'll copy this line and paste it here, right? That means both the tokens should be available and even they should match, right? If this is not the case, that means the token is sent and is valid, we'll say request.session.csrf token equals to null. The same thing we did with captcha, right? And we'll call the next method, right? Great. Now what we will do, we'll come to register user. Okay, and let me generate a new captcha, right? And I'll come to VS Code and copy the captcha information, right? So see, this is how convenient this is if when I have added a console log, right? So I'll add the captcha information and we'll generate a CSRF token. Okay, and what I will do, I will come to Postman and I will delete this record so that will not get the error message that the username is already taken, right? Because we are playing around, right? So I'll send the request. Let us see what happens, right? User registered successfully. Great. But you would be wondering where I have set this token. I have not set it anywhere, right? Did you see me add it anywhere? If you see headers, I'm not adding anything, right? But it is still saying user registered successfully. How it is able to read the header information, right? So there is a bit of magic that is happening. Okay, Postman magic, I'll show you. So every time you generate a information in which we are supposed to receive a cookie, where we are supposed to receive a cookie, here, say for example, on the captcha service, what we are doing, we are sending something to the cookie information, right? We are sending something to the session, right? Now when I submit the request, how this will know whose session this is, right? There could be multiple users, right? I'm sending the request, you are sending the request, right? And captcha information is set at the session level. But how this will distinguish which one is your request versus which one is my request, right? That is the question. Now in order to distinguish between two different requests, that means for each user or for each session, a new session variable is created, right? That's what session means, right? So new session will be created, but how it will distinguish, right? So what this will do, it will in the body, it will send the necessary information, right? In captcha, it is sending the captcha image. In CSRF token, it is sending us the token, right? But along with this, if you see the cookies, it is sending a particular cookie and it is named as connect.sid, right? This is the important part here. Specifically in the browser, this cookie will be set by the server. And since this is a HTTP only cookie, how I am saying HTTP only cookie? Because this says HTTP only to be true, right? So this is a HTTP only cookie. That means client side code or JavaScript cannot read this information. And when you send request next time, you have to send this cookie ID. With this cookie ID, it will know, it will distinguish your session versus my session, right? So if my session is set with a captcha and your session is set with another captcha, right? If I send this cookie information, because this cookie information is sent to me, right? So I have to send back this cookie information. Based on this cookie information, my session will be restored, and from my session, the captcha or the CSRF token value will be read, right? And if you are sending your cookie information, your captcha image will be read, or your captcha text or your CSRF token will be read, right? So this is mandatory to send back on every request. Okay. On browser, it will automatically happen. Browser automatically sends the server side cookies. Okay, this is a server side cookie. Why? Because server set this cookie, right? Where it has set the cookie? Here on the index.js, right? It has set a cookie, right? And based on this cookie, each individual session will be identified. Okay. Now, what is the magic I'm doing here? So here, if you go to script section, okay, let me get some more space here. Okay. So here there are two things, okay, in Postman that you can do: prescript and postscript. Okay. Prescript means something that will run before you send a request, and postscript means something that you will read that will execute after the response has come. Okay. So here what I am doing, I am saying cookie pm.response.headers.get set cookie. Okay. So what I'm essentially doing here, I'm trying to get the cookie information from the environment variables. Okay. Then what I am doing, if a valid cookie is received, okay, or if any number of cookies are there, so usually cookies are in terms of comma separated values. Okay. So what I am doing, I am reading the 0th index. That means for now I have only one cookie, right? That is for sure. One cookie is being sent, right? So I'm reading that cookie information, and what I am doing, pm.environment.set. What I am setting, this variable with this value. Okay, what is this value? This value is the cookie information. Okay, and this is the name in Postman environment. Okay, so essentially what I am doing, reading the cookie information and setting it in the Postman environment. Okay, the same thing I am doing here for CSRF token as well. Okay, so if you see, if this response, okay, has a CSRF token, that means if I am getting a valid CSRF token, what I am doing, pm.environment.set CSRF token, what, response.csrf token. This is the key, this is the value from where I am getting from the response. Okay, that means this is the response object, and from there I am taking the CSRF, I am taking the CSRF token, right, and I am setting it in the environment variable in Postman, right. Now the magic here on register user. Okay, register user, I'll go to script, and here I'll go to prescript. Okay, prescript, I'll read these two environment variables that I have set previously. Okay, then what I'm saying, pm.request.headers.add, what header it will add a cookie header, and value will be connect SID. So here this is the connect SID, which is this one. Okay, connect.sid, that I am reading from the cookie variable that was sent. Okay, response header, I am setting set cookie value. Okay, so this value I am setting it as a header. Okay, similarly pm postman.request.headers.add, what header I am adding, x CSRF token. Okay, value will be CSRF token that I have set here in this line. Okay, here what I am setting, environment variable in Postman, right, and that same environment variable I am reading here. I have read it here, store it in variables, and before I send a request, I am adding the necessary headers. One header is cookie header, in which I am sending cookie ID or the connect SID, and in another header I am sending CSRF token. Otherwise, if I don't do this, what I have to do, I have to come here, generate a CSRF token, I have to copy it here, right, then I will come here, I'll come to headers, then I'll create X, right, CSRF token, and add the value here, right, and next time when I have to send it again, I'll come here, I'll generate, I'll copy, I'll come here, I'll paste, then only I will be able to send a request, right. So instead of that, what I have done, I have added scripts, right, something new for you to learn and something convenient, right. So that's why I have added scripts. So we have to send this information. Okay, and so this I showed you how you will add a CSRF token, right. So let me delete this one, otherwise multiple CSRF token will be sent, right. So this is how we have to send it, right. So if you are doing it in the front end, right, you don't have to do all these scripts, right. So in your cookie, the session, the connect SID will be there and it will automatically be sent, right. And CSRF token, you have to do a get call and add it here in your headers, right, when you are sending a Axios request or whatever front end framework you are using, right. So their header you have to send, this header, and this header will be automatically sent on your behalf. If not, you can send it, and most of the time you will not be able to read the cookie information, right. Why? Because this is a HTTP only cookie, that means server can only read this, right. Now there is another property, secure. This is false, right. When this should be true, when we are working with HTTPS, right. In that case, if the cookie is marked as true, then only it will be sent. If it is marked as false on a HTTPS environment, this cookie will not be sent, right. So this is another secure information. Anyways, here it is localhost, we are not dealing with HTTPS. So this cookie is false, secure is false, right. Otherwise this should have been true. Okay, so this is all about cookie information, right. And you learn something new on the Postman, right, how you can write prescript and postscript to make our work convenient, right. So of course this you will find it in the repository that I will be sharing, and we have CSRF token, we have CAPTCHA validation, and we are able to register the user, right. Great. So with this, on this particular auth masterclass, the user registration part is completed, and next we will see user login, right? We are going to start with the login flow, and we are going to use token based authentication for this one, right? So for this, what I need to do, I need to install the JSON Web Token library from npm. So let us quickly do that. So I will say npm install JSON Web Token. Okay, now that being done, what I will do, I'll come to service, and here I'll create a new file and I will call it as login.service.js. Okay, so here we'll write all the login related logic, right? So I'll add the function. So I'll say login user, and I should say export const login user equals to async. Okay, this will take request and response, and it will be an arrow function. Okay, now first what we have to do, we have to destructure the username and password, right? So let us do that. So const username comma from request body, right? Now first thing what I need to do, I need to check if this username exists in our database, right? So for this, what I have to do, const user equals to await. Okay, and I will take the user schema and I will say find one. Okay, and find one how, by user name. Okay, then what I have to do, if this user doesn't exist, right? So I have to throw out error, right? So I'll say if not user. Okay, I will say return res dot status of 404 not found. Okay, and JSON with a message. Okay, I'll simply say failed to login. Okay, now since this is login flow, be very careful of what error message you are sending. Okay, you should not be sending very specific error message which says whether your username is incorrect or your password is incorrect, like that. Okay, because that will give more ground for attackers to create potential attacks. Okay, if they know your password is not correct but username is correct, right? So whatever is the error, just say fail to login, right? No need to give very specific information. Then what we will do, now the user exists in our system, right? Then we'll do the password validation, right? So I'll say const is password valid equals to, I will say await. Okay, then I'm going to use bcrypt. Okay, and before using bcrypt I have to import it, right? So import bcrypt from bcrypt. Okay, then bcrypt dot compare. Okay, compare what, so compare the password. Okay, the password that we are getting from the request body with respect to the user object that we are getting from the db, that's password, right? So I'll say user dot password. Okay, so what this will do, this will do the password comparison for us. Okay, then if not is password valid, that means the password sent is wrong, then what we will do, we will take this message and paste it here, right? We'll give this same error message, fail to login. No need to say password is not valid. Okay, simply you should say fail to login. Great. Now if this if condition doesn't execute, that means password is correct, right? Now what we have to do, we have to generate the JWT token and send it, right? So to generate the JWT token, what I'm going to do, I'm going to write some helper functions. Okay, so for this, what I will do, I'll go to src folder, and there I will create a folder called lib, and inside the lib, what I will do, I will say jwt.lib.js. Okay, so I am planning to write few JWT helper functions here, right? So first what I will do, I will create a function export const, I will say generate or token. Okay, and this will take a payload object, and what this will do, okay, now to generate JWT token, what we need to do, we need to add a environment variable, and what we need to do, we need to add a JWT secret key, and where we will add it in the environment variable. Okay, so let us quickly do that. So I'll open .env, and here we have session secret, right? After that, what we will do, I will add another token, JWT auth token. Okay, so this is going to be the secret token that we are going to use for generating the JWT tokens. Okay, so here first what I have to do, I have to read the token value, right? So I will say const JWT secret equals to process.env dot, and what I will do, I'll copy this value. Okay, then what I will do, I will return. Okay, then before doing the return, what I have to do, I have to import the JWT token library, right? So I will say import JWT from, I will say JSON web token. Okay, then what this will return, this will return JWT.sign payload. Okay, then JWT secret, then it will take a object, configuration object basically, and one property that we are interested in is the TTL, or how long this is going to live. Okay, so I'll say 15 minutes. So usually this auth token should be short lived. Okay, and later in the flow we will see how we can create a refresh token, and that is supposed to be a long lived one. Okay, so for now what I'm doing, generating a auth token, and that is supposed to be short lived. For me, I'm doing 15 minutes. Okay, feel free to change the configuration, but the ideal logic is your JWT token is short lived and your refresh token is long lived. Now the definition of short and long depends on the business need that you are trying to solve. Okay, so I'm keeping it 15 minutes. Okay, now what I will do, I'll go back to login service, and here I will say const JWT token equals to generate auth token. Okay, then here what I have to do, I have to pass the payload, right? So what options I can pass, let me pass the username. Okay, and also let me keep the user ID. So I'll say user ID as user dot underscore ID. Okay, so with this payload I'm trying to generate the auth token. Right now, once this auth token is generated, what I will do, rest dot status of 200. Okay, and JSON, it will take a token whose value will be the JWT token. Okay, now once this is done, what I will do, and I noticed here we should end it with .js extension. Okay, otherwise it will throw error. Right now, once our schema is ready, what we will do, we'll go to auth route and attach the user service to our routes. Right, so I will say router dot post, okay, slash login. Okay, and what value it will take, it will take login user. Okay, now let me quickly start this server and see if there are any errors. We'll fix that. So no error, server started. Right, then what I will do, I'll open Postman. Okay, and here I'm sending a request to auth login, and I'm passing username and password. Right, so let me send the request. Right, so once I send the request, what has happened, it has returned me a JWT token. Right, great. So now we are able to generate a token. Now let us see how to use this one. Right, so for this, what I am going to do, I am going to create a dummy route and I'll call it as protected route. Okay, and we will play around on that. Right, so we'll try to first secure that. So during that, we'll write all our validation middleware. Okay, so let me quickly do that. So for that, what I will do, I will come to routes and add a new route, and I will call it as protected.routes.js. Okay, import express from express. Okay, then const router equals to express.router, then I will say export default router. Okay, and I will say router, and I will say post, and I will say on slash on root path. Okay, what we will do, we will say request and response. Okay, and since And since this is going to be a very small function, I'm not going to put it in service. I'll just add it here. Okay, just one line. What we will add, rest.status of 200. Okay, and I will say JSON, and I will say message equals to this is a protected route. Okay, great. Now what we will do, we will go to index. Okay, and here what we will do, we will say import, I will say protected router from dot slash routes slash protected dot routes dot js. Okay, and then I will say app dot use on slash protected, I will attach the protected router. Okay, then what I will do, I'll go to postman. Okay, and I will open the protected route. Okay, and I will send a request. Okay, so this is a protected route, right? So now unless we don't send authentication information, we should not be able to access this API path. Okay, so that is the target here. So for this, let's quickly write a validation middleware that will do the login validation. Okay, so I'll open VS Code. Okay, and in middleware, what I will do, I will add a new file and I will call it as validate jwt.middleware.js. Okay, great. So now what I will do, I will say export const validate jwt token equals to, and I will say request response and next, and I will add the arrow and I'll add the function body. Okay, so now how the JWT token will be sent to us? Of course, on a authorization header in terms of bearer token. Okay, now what do I mean by a bearer token? That means it's a convention of sending the token, and the token is sent like first it will be the bearer keyword, and after that the authentication token will be sent. Okay, something like this. So we'll have the bearer keyword and then we'll have the token. Okay, like this, some token will be there, right? So this is called as a bearer token. Okay, so what I will do, first of course I have to read the header. Okay, so what I can say, const token equals to request dot headers dot authorization header, right? Authorization. Okay, now on top of this, what I will do, we'll split it with space. Okay, because we'll have two keywords, right? One is bearer space the token, right? So I'll split it with this space. Okay, the 0th index will have the keyword bearer and the first index will have our actual token. So I will take the first index. Okay, now what I will do, I'll add a try catch block. Okay, so when I'm doing JSON token verification, if the verification fails, it will directly come into the catch block and we'll be able to handle it. Okay, right? And before we are able to validate, what we need the JWT secret key, right? So how can I get the JWT secret key? I will go to the JWT lib and I will just copy this line. Okay, and paste it here. So I need this JWT secret, right? Otherwise I'll not be able to decode the token, right? Because this is the secret that we use to sign or to encode the token, right? Then what I can do, I can say const payload equals to JWT dot verify, and before I do the JWT, what I need to import it, right? So I will come to the lib and what I will do, I will copy this line and I will add it here. Okay, so it will do the import. Okay, so we will say JWT dot verify. Okay, verify what? Verify the token. Okay, with respect to what? With respect to the JWT secret. Okay, right? So what will be the value of this payload? This payload value will be same as that what we sent in the login service. Okay, so if we come to a login service, this is the payload that we sent to the generate auth token, right? So it will have the username and it will have the user ID. Okay, so this payload will have the username and user ID if this decode is successful. Okay, now what could be the reason this will not be successful? First is the token mismatch, right? The token was tampered. Second reason could be the TTL, time to leave. Okay, so the time must have expired. Okay, so if you see the lib, okay, it is 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, if you try to verify the JWT, it will throw error, right? So this is another reason the verification might fail. Okay, right? So the payload, we have the payload now. Once we have the payload, what we will do, we will take the request object and here we will add the user ID. Okay, so that next subsequent line of middleware or the service, when we have the request object, we will automatically have the user ID and that we can use it. Okay, so I can say payload dot user ID. Okay, and most importantly, what I have to do, I have to call the next method. Okay, then if this is not the case, what we can do, we can say return res.status, okay, 401, okay, unauthorized. You are not authorized to access because for some reason it came into catch block. That means your token verification has failed. Okay, so I will say JSON, okay, and I will say message. Okay, I can say you are not authorized to access this resource. Okay, you can add whatever error message you want to give. Okay, right, great. So now what we will do, we have to use this somewhere, right? So we have created the protected route, so let us go there, and what we can do as a middleware, we can add it. So we can say validate JWT token, right? And it is giving some error, right? So let us check. So here what it is saying, it is expecting this .js extension. Okay, so once I give this .js extension, because with this import syntax we have to give the .js extension. Okay, so our server is now running. Okay, now here, okay, I'm not sending any headers. Okay, let us see it will work or not. Okay, so what this is saying, you are not authorized to access this resource. Okay, great. So now our validation is in picture. We are able to validate whether we'll be able to access a resource or not. Okay, and why I was not able to access, because I did not send any authentication token. Now what we have to do, we have to come to the login, we have to copy the JWT token. Then what we have to do, we have to come to the protected route. Okay, come to either headers or authorization. Okay, here what we have to do, we have to send the authorization. Let me minimize this side key. Okay, so we have to send the authorization. Okay, and what we have to do, we have to say bearer, we have to paste the token, right? So I will copy and I will paste it here, right? So then only if I send, I'll get the message this is a protected route, right? Now can we write script? We can write Postman scripts, right? In previous video I have shown you how we can write Postman script to ease our task, right? So I don't always have to copy and come here, right? So what I will do, I will delete this one, and now if I send, what I am getting, you are not authorized to access this resource. Okay, so now we are not able to access this resource. Okay, so for this what I will do, I'll go to login. Okay, and here I'm able to generate the token, right? Now I will show you the scripts. So I'll go to script section and I'll go to post resource. Okay, and here essentially what I am doing, so if you see what I am taking, I am taking the response, okay, from pm postman.response.json. okay, that means whatever object I am getting here, that will be stored in the response object, okay, or the response variable. Then in this response, if I have a token, okay, that means if this token exists, what I will do, I will set pm.environment. okay, the key will be auth token. What will be the value? The response token object. Okay, so I'll take the response and I will set the same response as auth token in the environment variable. Okay, so every time the login call is happened, the post script, okay, that means after the response is received, this set of code will execute and this will set the environment variables. Okay, now I'll come to protected route. Okay, I'll come to script and I'll come to prescript. Okay, here what I will do, now I'll read the environment variable, okay, with the same name. Which name? The name with which we have set, okay, that is auth t caps token. Okay, so here I am reading the auth token, and if this token is valid, what I am saying, pm.request.headers.add. okay, what this will add, this will add the authorization header with the bearer keyword and the token value. Okay, so now with this being done, what I will do, I will now send a request. Now it will say this is a protected route. Okay, that means I'm able to access it, right? Say for example, I will not send, I'll do some mistake here. Okay, that means it is not able to read the environment variable. Now is this going to send? So I will send up, I'll make a request to generate a new token. Okay, I'll come to protected route and I'm reading wrong value. This is just to demonstrate that this script is actually working. Okay, so if I misspell something and if I send, what this will do, unauthorized. Okay, you are not authorized to access this resource. Now if I remove this one and now if I send, this is the protected route. Okay, that means I'll be able to access this resource. Great, right? So we are taking the power of Postman script and we're trying to automate some of the manual things, right? Otherwise we have to come here, we have to copy, and then what we have to do, we have to go to headers and then we have to add value, then do the copy paste, and it will be hectic. And this is not only one protected route, right? You might have multiple routes which you are planning to add the token verification middleware, right? So this will be hectic. So what we'll do, we'll take the help of scripts. Okay, with this, the basic JWT token flow is completed, right? And what we will do next, we are going to learn about refresh token, where it is used, why it is used, and what are the security principles associated with this. Today we are going to discuss about refresh token. So in last video we discussed about the regular flow, that is the JWT token, and we added our middleware to do the JWT validation. Now we will extend on top of that and we are going to introduce refresh token. So what is the need of this refresh token? So in previous video I said that your regular auth token should be short-lived, right? So that it will not be misused. But then if you keep the token for short-lived, then that means user has to log in again and again in the short duration. So for example, 15 minutes we added the JWT auth token, right? So what does that mean? After 15 minutes user has to give the user ID and password and log in again. Does that happen when you visit some website, right? Does that ask you to log in after every 15 minutes? No, right? So what is the solution for that one? Of course, refresh token. So what is the concept of refresh token here? So along with your regular access token, you will also get a refresh token. And what you have to do with the refresh token, you will also get a refresh token API in which you can regenerate your access token by passing the refresh token. Okay, so when you do login, you get your access token and a refresh token. Now when your auth token is about to expire, you go to the refresh token API and you give your refresh token, and in turn you get another access token which is valid for say another 15 minutes, right? So that is the flow. So let us quickly start implementing that. And before I do the dev server start, what I want to do, I want to install a package. Okay, so what is the package? So npm install, I will say cookie parser. So this is a middleware which will help us in parsing the cookie, because we are going to work with cookie. I'll tell you where we are going to work. So I'll install this one, and what I will do, I'll say npm run dev. So I'll start the dev server. Okay, great. Now this is starting. So here in the login service we are generating auth token. Okay, now I'll go inside this function, and what I will do, I will write another function. Okay, so export const, I will say generate. Okay, I will say refresh token. Okay, and this will also take a payload, and I will create the function. And here what I will do, I will copy this line. Okay, and here I am reading the JWT auth token, right? Instead what I will read, I'll read the JWT refresh token. Okay, so I'll show you my env file. So if you see here, I have auth token and I have already added the JWT refresh token. Okay, so these two are two different tokens. Okay, so what I will do, I will copy this. Okay, and I will paste it here. Okay, then I can copy this line. Okay, and I can paste it here. So what this will do, this will return jwt.sign payload, with which secret, the refresh token secret, and most importantly expire in 7 days. Okay, so I'm saying 7 days based on your business need. If you want, you can change it, right? So my auth token is short-lived, 15 minutes, and my refresh token is long-lived, 7 days. Okay, if you want, you can make it 1 day. If you want, you can make it 30 days, up to your business need, right? Great. Now I'll come back to login service. Okay, and when I'm generating the JWT token, what I will do, let me copy this line so that it will be easy. You don't have to see me typing everything. Okay, so I will say refresh token. Okay, and what this will be, this will be generate refresh token. Okay, and for now the payload will be same. Okay, so we'll take the username and we will take the user ID in the payload. Okay, now question is, how are we going to send the refresh token? Okay, so if you see here, I'm passing the auth token in the response. Okay, so that means when you do login, okay, and in the body you come and you give the username and password. Okay, so you will get the token in the response. Okay, now the front-end client, they can read this information. Okay, perfect. Now what should be the strategy to send the refresh token? Can I send refresh token after this token as a sibling of this token? Would that be a good approach? No, that is not the best approach. Okay, so what we should ideally do, the server should inject the refresh token as a server-side HTTP only cookie. Okay, so now what advantage we will get if we send it as a server-side cookie? That means only server can read that information, right? Client cannot read that. So no JavaScript library or no JavaScript code can access that cookie. Okay, on the contrary, if you send it as a response value, ultimately you have to store it in session storage or local storage or IndexedDB somewhere, right? And that can easily be read by JavaScript code, which we don't want because it will potentially increase the attack area, right? We don't want that. So we want to securely store it as a cookie, HTTP only cookie, that only server can read. Client JavaScript cannot read that cookie. Okay, so how shall we do that? So if you see cookie, we have only one cookie. Do you remember what this cookie was used for? This is the session cookie, right? We were using this to store CAPTCHA and CSRF token, right? So that will still be available with us, right? That is not going anywhere. In the same line, I want to inject another cookie. Great. Now what we will do, we'll come to our code and we have this refresh token, right? Now how can we send this as a cookie? So what we can do is, so we have the response object, right? So I'll say response dot cookie. Okay, and we can name it as refresh token. And what will be its value? We can pass this variable, right? Refresh token, and we will pass a configuration object, and here we will say HTTP only to be true. Okay, that means it will be a HTTP only cookie, and only server side code can read this. Client cannot read this information, right? Now every time you send a request to the refresh token API, you have to include this cookie, right? And when you are doing it in the browser and even in Postman, it will be automatically included, right? So now let us come to Postman and see what is happening. So we have body, so I'll send a request. Okay, so here I'm able to get a access token. Now if I go to cookie, now if you see here, we have a refresh token here, right? And it has a value, right? A big value. And if you see, HTTP only is marked as true, right? So this is how we should send refresh token to the client. The server should directly inject the cookie. Okay, great. So we are able to send the refresh token, right? Now let us see how to use this. So to use this one, what do I have to do? So what is the purpose of this one? So you send your refresh token, and in return you get another access token which is valid for another 15 minutes, right? So you have to keep on repeating this cycle. So our access token is valid for 15 minutes, right? So at 14th minute, what you can do, you can make a call to refresh token API. You pass the refresh token, and in return it will give you another access token which is valid for another 15 minutes, right? And after another 14 minutes you have to repeat the process. Okay, so that is the client's responsibility, right? So now we have a refresh token, right? Now what we can do, let us write a refresh token API. What that API will do, this will take this refresh token and it will generate another access token for us. Okay, so now let us do that. Here what I will do, I will come to this service and I'll add a new file. Okay, so I will say refresh token.service.js. okay, and here what I can say, export const refresh token service equals to async. Okay, it will take request and response. Okay, and we will add the function body. Okay, now what we have to do, we have to, so if you remember, we added the cookie parser, right? So what we can do, I'll come to index. Okay, and first thing first, what I have to do, I have to import, I will say cookie parser from the cookie parser npm package. Then what I can do, I can come after the JSON, that is express.json middleware, and I can say app.use and I will say cookie parser. Okay, so it will parse the cookie information for me. Okay, great. Now this is also done. So now we will go back to our refresh token service. Okay, now here first what we have to do, we have to read the refresh token, right? So I can say const refresh token equals to request dot cookies dot refresh token. Okay, and what I can do, let me just do console.log and let me log the refresh token. And just for temporary purpose, otherwise our server will hang, right? So I can say response.status of 200, will remove this line. Okay, and JSON, I will say message and I will say work in progress. Okay, great. Now what I will do, I will come to auth routes. Okay, and here I will say router.post. Okay, here I can say refresh token. Okay, and this will do, this will take refresh token service. Okay, now what we will do, we will go to Postman. Okay, and here if you see login, let me send another request. Okay, so here we have the refresh token, and if you see the value, last few characters CAWTW, right? So now I'll come to refresh token and I will send the request. Okay, now it must have logged the cookie, right? So you remember what was that? CAWTW, right? So if you see, this has logged, and what is the last characters? CAWTW. That means what? We are able to read the cookie back, right? So this is the cookie that we are setting. Okay, from where? From the login service. Now we are able to read the cookie information. Simple, right? Great. Now what we will do, let me remove this console log for now, right? Not for now, let us remove this one, it is not needed anymore, right? So we will add one validation, if not a refresh token. Okay, what we will do, rest.status. Okay, status of 403 unauthorized. Okay, and JSON. Okay, and I will say message and I will say, okay, unable to generate access token, right? Feel free to give whatever error message you want to do here, right? And here I will say return, right? Because there is no point in proceeding further. Okay, now what I will do, I'll add a try catch block. Why? Because here I want to do the JSON verify, the JWT token verification, right? And if the verification fail, it will throw error. So I should be able to catch that error, right? Now what we can do, if it comes to this error block, I can return the same error message, right? Now again, when it comes to security, always give only the needed information, right? Here I'm giving the same error message for different scenarios, right? Why? Because if you give specific message, somebody who is trying to hack into your system, or somebody is trying to, or if somebody is trying to do something mischievous, they will get more and more information, right? Here if you say, okay, token is missing, that means they will try to inject a token, right? Here if you say the token validation failed, so then they will try to validate the token. But if you give a generic message, unable to access token or unable to generate access token, they are not sure what is happening, right? It's error message, simple error message, right? So you should give least specific information, okay? Don't give sensitive information, okay? Right? Now what I can say, I can say const payload equals to jwt dot verify, okay? And here I have to import the jwt, right? So I'll say import jwt from JSON web token, okay? So verify, what this will verify, this will take the payload, okay? I need to verify with respect to what? With respect to the secret that we have added in the .env, right? And where is that information? So that is available in this lib. So I'll quickly copy it from here and I'll paste it here, right? And I'll add a space here, okay? Then, so now we are able to get the payload back, right? And what will this payload have? This payload will have this object, and if you see here, it should not be underscore d, it should be underscore id, okay? So this is the payload that we are generating the token out of, right? Now when we decode, what we will get, we'll get back this payload, right, which will have the username and user id, right? So we have the payload back, right? Then what else we can do with this? In this payload we have the user id, right? So using that user id, let us query our table and see if the user exists or not, okay? Now why we need to do that? Because this could be a valid payload, right? But that might have been created for some other reason, right? So you have to make sure that this payload is actually intended for a user login, right? So this payload which contains the user id, that user must contain in our system currently, right? It should not be a deleted user, right? Or it should not be a blacklisted user, right? So that means we have blacklisted a user, but it is still trying to generate an access token, which we don't want, right? So let us query the database and see the given payload's user id actually results into a user object from our table, right? Shall we quickly do that? So I'll say const user equals to await, okay? I'll say user dot, okay, find one, okay? Find one, how? Find one by username, right? So I will say username equals to, from where I'll get the username? I'll get the username from payload dot username, right? And what error this is throwing? So I have to add the .js, right? So now server is starting, right? So now if not user, then what we will do? We will do this return error message, right? Again, don't give specific information, right? But if you want, across the scenarios, if you want, you can change the message slightly based on your business need, okay? Right? So now what we will do? We have to generate the access token, and where we have added the logic, so we have added that logic here, right? So I'll copy it, I'll paste it here, and what I will do, I'll make sure that this method is imported. So I'll say generate auth token, okay? So when I rewrite it, the VS Code will automatically import it for me, okay? So JWT token, and I will say send this token back to the user and the import, okay? Right? So now let us test this one. So what I will do, I'll generate a regular, I'll go to the login flow and I'll generate a regular access token here. So I'll send the request, so I get a access token, and here if we go to cookie, we have a refresh token, right? Now what I will do, I'll try to access the protected route. Okay, so I'm able to access the protected route. Now what I will do, I'll go to refresh token API, and here I will send another request. So now if you see, we are getting the message unable to generate access token, right? So let us see what is going wrong here. Okay, so either it could be this value is not correct. So let us go to the lib function and see whether we are actually using this to generate, right? So we are using this one to generate, right? So let us go to verify payload. Okay, so if you see here, it should not be payload, it should be the refresh token, right? It should be refresh token. We are trying to verify the refresh token and we are trying to generate the payload, right? Now we'll come here, we'll send a request. Now if I send the request again, we are still unable to generate, right? So to see this, what we can do, we'll add a console.log and just see the error message. Okay, so I'll send the request again, and if you see, username is not defined. Okay, so this line. Okay, so what do you have to do? So what we have to do here, since username itself is not defined, okay, so it should be a key value pair, right? So if we already have a key with username, instead of doing this, okay, so username equals to username, we could have done simply like this, right? So this is what we have done in login service, right? So here, since we don't have username, so we will add this key value pair. Okay, and we can say user dot username. Okay, user dot username, which is coming from this user object. Okay, now I'll come to Postman and I'll try to send the request again, right? So now this time we are able to generate a new token, right? So what I can do, let me remove this console log. Okay, then now we are able to regenerate the access token, right? So if you see here in body, we are able to generate the access token, and here what I have done, I have added a script. What this script will do, so I have discussed this script in my previous videos, right? So I'm taking the response from pm postman.response.json. Okay, so this is the JSON representation of the response. From there, if the response token value exists, then what I'm doing, I'm setting it in the Postman environment, okay, as auth token, and its value is the refresh token. Protected route, what I'm doing the reverse. Here I'm setting the auth token in the environment. Here I am reading the auth token from the environment. Okay, and in authorization header I'm sending it. Now the same thing here in script I'm doing. Whatever I was doing in login, reading the token value, here also now I'm reading the token value, and it will override the auth token with our new generated auth token. Okay, so now I'll send this request. That means now the auth token environment variable contains the new token. Okay, so now if I send the request, right, I'm able to request this, right? So this is the protected route. That means our refresh token logic is working. Great. So now we are able to generate the refresh token. Great. So now we are able to regenerate our access token using the refresh token and the refresh token API, right? So is this all about refresh token? No, there are two more concepts. Okay, one is the refresh token recycling. Okay, one is the token versioning. First, let us discuss what is token recycling. Okay, now what we are currently doing, when we do login, we get a refresh token and an access token. Now what we are doing, we are using the access token to access all our APIs, and when access token is about to expire, we are going to refresh token API with our refresh token and asking for another access token. Okay, this is the current flow. Now is this the most secure approach? Do you see a security potential here, security pitfall here? What if the refresh token goes into wrong hand, right? What if someone is trying to misuse that on your behalf, right? So if somebody has access to your refresh token, they can keep on regenerating new access token and they can carry out a lot of malicious activity, right? So there is a fundamental concept of refresh token recycle. That means every time you go to refresh token API with your refresh token and you ask for an access token, the refresh token API will recycle the refresh token and it will regenerate another refresh token. Okay, so login, it used to give you a set of access token and refresh token. Now refresh token API will also give you new set of access token and refresh token both. Okay, that means your old refresh token is no longer valid. You will get another refresh token. Okay, now third time when you are going for the refresh token API, you have to use the newly generated refresh token. Okay, the old one that you got from your login page, that is no longer valid. Okay, that is recycled. Okay, you get a new refresh token as well as an access token from your refresh token API. Okay, that is the concept of refresh token recycling, and it is used to even harden the your authentication system. Okay, so shall we see that flow, how we can do that? For this, what we will do, we'll borrow some logic from here, right? So I will copy this two line, okay, and I will come here and I will paste it here. Okay, and what I will do, I can rename this one, so I can say new refresh token. Okay, and I will send this new refresh token. Okay, now what we are doing, we are generating the auth token as usual, right? And what we are doing, we are regenerating the refresh token. Okay, so I will import it again here. Okay, and here also what I can do, I have to use this, right? I have to pass the user.username in the username property, right? So now if I come to Postman and if I send a request, what I will get, I will get a new token. Okay, and if I come to cookie, you will see another refresh token being added here, right? So what we have done, when we did a login, right? If you go to cookie, we got a refresh token, right? When we try to get a new access token from the refresh token, of course we got a access token in the body, but as well as we got another refresh token in the cookie. That means this token that we got is no longer valid. Okay, this has been recycled, and instead we got another refresh token, right? So this is the concept of token recycling, right? Now this is working fine. Okay, working wise this is working fine, but here there are two potential pitfalls. Okay, let us discuss what is that. So if we go to code, here what we are doing, we are saying generate a refresh token inside this function. Okay, and if you see inside this function, it says expires in 7 days. Okay, so if we used one refresh token, after 7 days it will expire, right? But if we keep on regenerating refresh token every time a refresh token API is called, okay, it will regenerate this refresh token again with value of this 7 days, right? When we try to regenerate the token again, it will again regenerate it for 7 days, right? So that way our refresh token will never expire. It will keep on regenerating for 7 more days, right? So this refresh token will never expire, right? But what we want it to expire after 7 days, right? So that is the problem number one, it will never expire, right? Problem number two, we are doing the recycling. Okay, but where is the validation that prevents the old token from being used? If somebody is sending old token, we are doing verify. Okay, as long as it has still less than 7 days, the verification will pass, right? And even the find one user validation will pass, right? Because the old token has the 7-day information along with this user information, right? So as long as 7 days is not passed, the old token are still valid. But what we actually intended to do, we want to recycle the token. That means old token should not be valid. In turn, the new token should be used and only that token should be valid. Now, what prevents someone from still using the old token, old refresh token, right? Because it will still be valid for 7 days, right? So where is that validation? So two problems. It will always keep on regenerating for 7 days and it will actually never expire, and we are not actually invalidating the old token. Somebody can still use the old token, right? As long as it is less than 7 days, right? So what is the solution for that one? So what we can do, we can store the current refresh token in the database. Okay, now when we will do the insert in the login flow, we will do the insert when first time refresh token is being generated. Okay, now next time when we are doing a token refresh API and we are trying to do a token recycle, what we can do, we can update that token for that particular user ID. Okay, now what has happened, we have updated the token every time we are doing a refresh. Now before coming to this payload, okay, what we can do, we can check that refresh token if it exists in the database, right? If it is an old token, right, here when we regenerate that token, we would have overridden that value in the database, right? So when somebody is trying to access the old token, we'll do a validation if that old token exists in the database. Of course it won't exist, right? Why? Because this regenerate refresh token has already overridden that one, right? So that way old token will no longer be valid, right? Because we are taking only one token from the database. If that is the token, we will proceed, we'll generate a new token, update the database value, send the refresh token, right? Now coming to the 7-day value, what we can do in MongoDB or in any database, what we can do, we can add a TTL index. Okay, TTL index means time to live. So what we can do, every time a row is inserted, okay, we can set a TTL index of 7 days. So when 7 days pass, the row will automatically be deleted, right? And in refresh token logic, in refresh token service, we are doing the database validation, right? So when somebody is sending a token, and if it has already been 7 days since the user has done login, okay, that means 7 days has passed. So by this time the database value would have been deleted. So when we try to read the value, it will fail, right? And once it fails, we can immediately tell the user that even your refresh token is no longer valid, you have to do a login again with your username and password, right? So that is the flow. Let us implement that. So that is the flow. Even if it is confusing, let us do the implementation together, and once we are done with the implementation, it will be much clearer. Okay, so first what I need a schema, right? So I'll go to my schema folder, okay, and here what I will do, I'll add a new file, okay, and I will say refresh token.schema.js, right? And first thing first, what I need to do, I need to import mongoose from mongoose, okay. Then I will say const refresh token schema equals to new mongoose.schema, okay, and it will take a configuration object, okay. So first thing is the token, okay, token. What will be the type of this one? Type of this one will be string, and is this going to be a required value? So this is going to be a required true, okay. And then we will have the user ID, okay. What will be the user ID? So this user ID will point to the user schema, right? So for that, what we can do, we can say type will be of mongoose dot schema dot types dot object ID, okay. And this will point to, okay, what? This will point to the user, okay, user schema. And is this going to be a required? So I'll say true, okay. Then I can say created at, okay, and this will be type of date, okay, and default value will be date dot now, okay. And here one comma is missing, okay, that's why it was giving squiggly, okay. Now coming to the TTL index, okay, so I can say refresh token schema dot index, okay. Index first value, what it will take? It will take created at as 1. That means with reference to created at field, you create the index, okay. And what are the property of this index? It will say expire after seconds, okay. After how many seconds? So this many seconds, okay. What is this? 7 days, okay. So what I'm doing, I'm saying based on created at, after these many seconds have elapsed, delete this. Expire after second, that means expire the document after this many seconds has passed with respect to created at, okay. And then I can say const refresh token equals to mongoose dot model, okay, mongoose dot model. I'll say refresh token, and what this is going to use, this is going to use the refresh token schema, okay. And I'll say export default refresh token, okay. Okay, so I'll do the export default of the refresh token, right? Now when doing the login, okay, we are generating the refresh token. Okay, here we should be able to insert it, right? So let us do that. So here what I can do, I can say const refresh token schema, okay, equals to new refresh token, okay, and here what value we will pass, we will pass the token, okay, which is the refresh token, okay, and the user ID, okay, which is going to be user dot underscore ID. Okay, now what we can do, we can say refresh token schema dot save, and we will await on this, right? That means when we are generating the user access token and refresh token, we will insert it into the database, right? So now let us go to login, okay, and here I will bring the Mongo compass, and here what I will do, I'll do a database refresh, okay. So if you see, we have refresh token schema, but as of now we don't have anything here, right? So now what we will do, we'll go to login, okay, and body will send the ID and password, right? We will send the request, okay. So we'll get a body with this access token, okay, and in the cookie we'll have the refresh token, okay. Now we'll come to database, okay, and we'll do a refresh, okay. So now we have the token and we have the user ID, right? So now we are able to store the information in our database, right? Now what we will do, we will go to our refresh token, okay, refresh token service. Now here we have the payload, right? Now what we can do, let us search for this payload in our database, okay. So I'll say const stored token, okay, equals to, I'll say await refresh token dot find, okay, find how, find, okay, find, and how we are going to find, we are going to find by user ID, and from where we will get the value, we'll get the value from payload dot user ID, right? Now if this token is not available, okay, so if not stored token, okay, we will throw error, right? So I will copy this line and I will paste it here, right? So what we have done, we are checking the database if this token exists or not, right? If this token doesn't exist, that means it is a old token, right? Okay, now here we are regenerating the token, right? So here what I can do, I can say await, okay, refresh token dot find one and update, okay. Now how we are going to find one, we are going to find one by user ID, and it should have the value of payload dot user ID, right? So it should have this value, okay. Now with what value we are going to update it, so I'll say token equals to new refresh token, right? And I will add a comma, and I will add new to true. That means it will return the new object, okay. But anyways, I'm not assigning it back, so this parameter is not needed. Just for reference I have added, okay. So what we are doing now, we are updating the refresh token, right? So now let us do this flow. So what I will do, I'll come to the database, okay, and what I will do, I will delete this one, right? Now what I will do, I'll come to my login page, okay, and I will send a request, okay. So now I will come to database and I will refresh it, okay. So if you see here, okay, if I scroll to the end, it says dvuc, okay, which is this one, dvuc, right? Now I'll come to refresh token and I will refresh it, okay. So now I will come to the refresh token, and it is 2AUGZG, right? So I'll come here, I'll cancel this, I'll refresh it, okay. So now if you see here, right? So it is 2AUZZ, right, which is this one. So what has happened? We have updated with this new value, right? So now what will happen if somebody is sending this value? Does this value exist in the database? No, right? So this is a older token. So that means this validation that we have added, okay, this one, stored token, find by user ID, right? So for this user ID, okay, for this particular user ID, what is the token? That ends with 2AUZZ, right? So if somebody sends this token that ends with DVUC, this no longer exists, right? So what will happen? We will get empty result and it will immediately throw out the error, right? So somebody cannot use the old token now, right? So one problem solved, right? So old token cannot be used. Now coming to the timestamp. So what will happen here? So if you see the schema, we are creating the TTL index of 700 of 7 days. So after 7 days, automatically this will be deleted, right? So after 7 days, when we try to run this query, what will happen? Of course, this stored token will not have any value. So we'll return this error, right? So now we are able to solve both our problem. So no one can use the old token, and after 7 days, after 7 days, the refresh token will be invalid, right? So anyways, after that, user has to do a login by giving the username and password, right? And we are also able to recycle the refresh token, right? So even if the old token has been compromised, okay, we'll always be able to regenerate a new refresh token as well as a access token, and old token cannot be used, right? Great. Now there was one more concept on this refresh token, that is token versioning. Okay, now suppose there is some mischievous activity happening on the user account and admin wants to block the complete access, okay, or say for example user has done a password reset, okay, or user has clicked on forget password, right, and user has done a password reset, right? Now all the old tokens, okay, if the refresh token has been compromised, right, what will happen? User has done a password reset, okay. Now what we want to do? We want to invalidate that, okay, but remember this token is already there in our database, right? So if somebody is using the old refresh token, it will still be valid, right? So to solve this, what we will do? We are going to use token versioning, okay. So here on user schema, okay, we'll have a token version. What is the current token version of the user, okay, and that token version will pass it as a payload to our refresh token, okay. When we do a decode, okay, we will get the token version and we'll also get the user object. From the user object, that is by doing the database query, we will find the current token version. That current token version will match with the payload token version. If that matches, that means it is genuine request. Now what if some mischievous activity has happened and either user has reset their password, okay, or admin has reset the account, okay. So what in that flow, what will happen? We will increment the user schema version, okay. So it will start with version 1, okay, and with that version 1 we will generate the refresh token. Now in between, what we will do, either admin or the user has reset the password. So essentially what we will do here, we'll increment the version to 2, right? Now the refresh token has a version of 1. Here we have a version of 2, right? So we'll do the version comparison. If the version comparison is not passing, that means something has happened. The version has been incremented. That means all the previous token or all the token that has been generated with the payload of the previous version are invalid, right? That way we will be able to add more security to your account, okay, and admin can quickly block access to all the previously generated refresh tokens, right? All the previously generated refresh tokens, right? So what we will do, we'll add version, the same version we'll add it to payload, and when the payload comes, we will compare the payload version versus the version we have in the database, right? If it matches, well and good. If it doesn't matches, throw the error, right? So that way we'll be able to enhance the security. So somebody resets the password, or admin resets the password, or admin revokes some credentials, right? So in that case, all the previously generated refresh token will be invalid, right? Now we have much more tighter control on our authentication system, right? So for that, what we will do, we will go to our user schema, okay? And after the email, what we can do, we can say token version, okay? This will be of type, okay, number, and what will be default to 1. Okay, that means when a user registers itself, the token version will be 1. Okay, now remember, when user logs out, okay, at that time we are not going to increment the version. We are simply going to delete the refresh token from the database, that particular document, right? This token versioning is a very rare use case that will happen not every time. Like login is going to happen say every 2 to 3 days, or logout is going to happen every 2 to 3 days, or every 1 hour, right? That we cannot control, and that time we are not going to increment the version. When we are going to increment the version, when something very sensitive has happened, right? One example is admin is trying to block the user account, right? So at that time we will increment the version, or user clicks on password reset, right? So at that time we are going to increment the version. Okay, so incrementing version is not a day-to-day use case, just like login and logout. Okay, these are very rare use cases. Okay, so always keep that in mind, right? So when a user register, the default version will be 1. Okay, now coming to the login service. Okay, so here we are generating the refresh token. Okay, so here we will pass the token version. Okay, so we'll pass the token version, and from where we will get the token version? It is in the user, right? So we have the user object coming from the database, right? So what we can do, we can say user dot token version. So this will be part of our payload now. Okay, and the same thing, where else we have to do? We have to do it on the refresh token service. Okay, so here also we have the user, and here we are generating the refresh token. Okay, so here we will pass the token version. Okay, token version coming from user dot token version. Okay, now here we are getting the user, and if the user doesn't exist, we are throwing error. Okay, if the user exists, okay, what we will do? If user dot token version is not equal to what? Payload dot token version. Okay, then what we can do? We can return the error, right? That means the token mismatch has happened. That means you are no longer going to use this refresh token. Okay, you are logged out and you have to use another refresh token, right? Now if you see here in the database, okay, in the refresh token, okay, this token will still be exist, right? So what we have to do, every time there is a error that has happened, right? Either the user doesn't exist or the token mismatch happens, right? Any error scenario, okay, what we have to do? We have to delete the refresh token entry, right? So that what we are expecting the user to re-log in, right? But as long as we have a refresh token, right, what will happen? We will keep on entering the token value with, we'll be keep on adding new token version for the same user ID and different token versions, right? And it will become a mess. We'll keep on adding, right? So every time error scenario happens, what we have to do? We have to delete the refresh token value, right? So here one error scenario, if the stored token doesn't exist, right? Here we don't have to delete anything because it doesn't exist, right? Now here, if the user doesn't exist, right, so the token should also not exist, right? So what we can do here, we can say await refresh token dot delete one. Okay, delete one. How? By user ID, and from where this will come? This will come from payload dot user ID. Okay, here you should not use user dot user ID because user doesn't exist, right? Okay, so I will copy this one, and when the version doesn't match, then also we'll delete the token ID. We'll delete the token from the token schema, token collection, right? Now what will happen, and here also on error scenario, okay, anytime a 403 error is sent in the refresh token API, that means we are now forcing the user to do another login by giving their ID and password, right? Why? Because we are deleting the refresh token and all further validation will immediately fail. Either we have deleted the refresh token or we have incremented the version. In either way, the old refresh token is no longer valid. So we will delete it from the system so that the login service can do a fresh insert, right, based on our need, right? So what we can do, we will go to our database, okay, and the user, what we can do, we can add a field, okay, add another field, and I will call it as token version, okay. Otherwise what I have to do, I have to do a fresh user registration, right? So to avoid that, what I'm doing, I'm just doing I'm manually setting the token version as 1, okay. Otherwise I have to do the registration flow again, right? And in the same line, what I will do, I'll remove the refresh token, okay. Why? Because this refresh token doesn't contain the payload, right? So every time when I try to access the refresh API, it will throw the error, right? Because this doesn't have the version, right? So what I will do, I'll delete this one and I will come to login, okay, and I'll do a fresh API call, okay. So now this token has version, okay. Now with this token, if I go to refresh token API, I'll be able to generate it, okay. So I can generate it once again. Now what I will do, just to simulate, okay, I will come here and I will increment the version, okay. Of course, if you want, you can create an API to do the version increment, okay, that admin can use, right, to invalidate all the refresh token for a particular user, right? Now what will happen, I have the refresh token in my environment variable or in my cookie, right? Now the version has been incremented, right? So now if I send a request, what has happened? Unable to generate access token. Why? Because your token version has been incremented in the backend, right? Now if you come here, okay, you go to refresh token, okay, we don't have anything anymore, right? Why? Because it was deleted. So that way, now user is forced to do a fresh login, right? Now a fresh login, when user will do, he will be able to access the protected route and he will be able to access the refresh token API, right? Now if you see refresh token, a refresh token is created, right? Now this refresh token has what version? Version 2, right? It has version 2. Now I'll increment it to 3, okay, and I'll update it. So if you see here, we have the refresh token, right? Refresh token with version 2. User is now on version 3, okay. Now if I send a request, unable to generate access token, okay. And if you go to refresh token and refresh, deleted, right? That means your version has been updated, so all the previous refresh token is no longer valid, right? So this is a quick security measure that you can do to prevent further tampering of user account, okay. Increment the version, all refresh token are invalid, right? And this is even more critical when you are doing multiple device login, okay. User can log in from a mobile device, it can log in from a tablet, it can log in from multiple laptops and multiple desktop computers, right? So in that case, user will have different refresh tokens stored in each of the system. And if you say log out from all device, or the admin feels that something mischievous is happening, what it will do, it will increment the user version, okay. Then all the refresh tokens stored in all the devices are together become invalid because they have the old version, right? Although in our scenario we don't have multiple refresh token or multiple device concept, but this is more useful when you are dealing with that high level of stuff, okay. For our stuff it is simple, but concept wise everything is covered, right? So in last video we completed token based authentication, and on top of that we are going to use multi-factor authentication or two-factor authentication, right? So what will happen on this? So as usual, you will enter your username and password, right, to do the login. But now one additional step that you have to do, you have to enter a 6-digit OTP. So the traditional way of doing OTP is by sending a SMS, right? In SMS, you would send the 6 character OTP, and that will be entered by the user. Then only you will do the authentication, or alternatively you can send it through the email, right? But in this course, what we are going to do, we are neither going to use the SMS nor the email. We are going to use another fundamental concept called as TOTP, that is time-based OTP, right? So in this OTP system, what will happen? We will configure a mobile app, and based on this configuration, it will generate OTP for us. Something similar to this app that I'm showing you here, right? So here I have a free OTP app. Okay, so in my day-to-day work, I use another OTP app, right? There are multiple OTP apps like Google Authenticator, Microsoft Authenticator, right? So I decided for the demo purpose, I'll just download a free OTP app, right? So if I open this one, right, so if you see Auth Masterclass, that is the app name, okay, and you are seeing admin, so that is the username, right? And if I open this one, you see I'm getting OTP, right, 059279, right? And after a certain amount of time, it will be changed, right? So this is the fundamental concept of time-based OTP. So there is an algorithm that is running behind this, and it needs a key, right? So we will generate a key on the backend, and that same key we will configure it on the mobile device, on the app, right? So when you open the app, it will always keep on regenerating new OTP after every 30 seconds, right? Once the 30 seconds is elapsed, it will regenerate another OTP, right? Now what you have to do, you have to enter this OTP along with your username and password, and server, based on the configuration, it will do the validation whether this OTP is correct or not, and then it will generate you the refresh token and access token, right? So this is the flow that we are going to see. I'll show you how the mobile device is configured, okay, how and what backend code goes behind this configuration, right? So let us quickly write the code to configure 2FA or two-factor authentication or multi-factor authentication in the project that we are building, right? So let us start that. So for this, I'll install two libraries, okay. One is to generate the OTP, and another is to generate QR code, right? Now where we are going to generate the QR code? So the configuration object, okay, that we are going to send it to the mobile, how we are going to send it? We are going to send it through a QR code, okay. So in the app, you have the option to scan a QR code. Once you scan that QR code, it will automatically access the secret that we have sent through the URL, that is sent as a QR code, right? So the same secret is available in the backend as well as on the phone. So phone will keep on generating OTP based on the secret, and when we are on the login validation, we will do the validation for the OTP based on the same key that we have stored in our system, right? So let us do that. So for this, what I will do, I will say npm install, okay, I will say OTP lib, okay, and I will say npm install, okay, QR code, right? Great. So now this two library that we are going to use is installed, okay. Now what I will do, I will go to user schema, right, and we added the token version in the last video, right? And here I want to add two more properties, okay. First one is TOTP secret, okay, and this is going to be of type string, okay, and another field is TOTP enabled, okay. So I will say type of boolean, okay, and it will default to false. That means this is going to be a voluntary operation, right? So OTP is not a forced option, right, in most of the case, but again it depends on your business need. Now if you want to enforce TOTP for every user, feel free to do that, right? For my scenario, I'm not going to enforce it, but user will have the option to opt in, right? So that's why I'm saying is TOTP enabled, and if it is enabled, I will store the secret, okay. Great. Now what I will do, I will create a new service, okay, and in this service I'm going to write all the logic to set the secret as well as send the QR code, okay. So what I will do, I will create a new file and I will mark it as TOTP.service.ts, okay, and I will add my first method. export const TOTP setup service equals to, okay, I will mark it as async, and of course this is going to take the request and response, and I will add the function body. Now here, first thing what I have to do, I have to get the username. Which username? The username for which we are going to set up the TOTP, right? So I will say const username equals to request.body, right? Now based on this username, I will go to the database and find the user. So I will say const user equals to await, okay, user dot find one, okay, find one how? By the user name, okay. So we will get a user object, right? So if not of user, that means if this user doesn't exist, we will throw error, right? So what I will do, I'll copy this line and paste it here. So what I will do, I'll paste this line, okay. So that means this user is not found. Now if this user is found, what we will do, we are going to import our two libraries first, okay. So I will say import OTP lib from, okay, from OTP lib, okay, and import QR code from QR code, okay, great. Now what I will do, I will say const secret equals to OTP lib dot authenticator dot generate secret, okay. So what this will do, this will generate a secret for me, okay. Now what I will do, I will create a OTP auth variable, okay, OTP auth, which is going to use this secret, okay. So what this will do, OTP lib dot authenticator dot key URI, okay. Now here is the interesting part, what information you want to show on the app, okay. So if you want, you can show the username, user first name, whatever is available in your database, right? So for this I am going to say user dot username, okay, and then the title of the app, what app it is, right? So I am going to say auth masterclass. Feel free to give your project name or your app name or your product name, right? And then it will take the secret that we have created in the first step, right? We are able to generate our OTP auth, right? Now what we are going to do, we have the user object, right? So user dot TOTP secret, right? So TOTP secret equals to the secret that I have generated, right? So this value I will assign that, right? Now if you see, I am only setting up the TOTP secret, right? Now if you remember, we have added this boolean value. This I am not going to enable now, okay. It should remain false. When I will enable this, when the user will scan the QR code, okay, and after that for the first time it has to enter the OTP once, okay. Once the user is successfully entered the OTP and we are able to do the validation for the first time, okay, the secret we will keep, and then we will mark the is OTP enabled flag to true, right? So when the user is able to do first time successful OTP validation, okay, at that time we will mark this as true, right? So the secret we have added, okay. So I will say await, then user dot save, right? Then I will say const QR code, okay, equals to await, okay. I'm going to use the QR code library dot to buffer, okay, to buffer what? The OTP auth, okay. So this will create the QR code for me. Then response dot set header, okay. What header we will send? We will say content type, okay. What will be the content type? It will be image slash png, okay. Then res dot send, what we will send? We will send the QR code, okay, great. Now this TOTP service, okay, we will attach it to our routes, okay. So for this, what I will do, I'll create a new route path, okay. So for this I am going to say router dot post, okay. I will say set up TOTP TOTP, okay, and what this will take, this is going to take the service function, which is TOTP setup service, okay. So I will say TOTP setup service, okay. Now I'll open Postman, okay, and I will open the collection. I will go to setup TOTP, okay, and here username is admin, okay. So let us see what will happen if I hit this URL. And before that, what I have to do, I have to start my server. So I'll say npm run dev, and let us see if we have any error anywhere, okay. We'll fix that and then we'll move to the Postman. So one error, okay, so here it should be schema.js, okay. So now successfully connected to DB and server is running on port 8000, okay. So now we will go to the setup TOTP and we will send the request, okay. And if you see, it is saying 404 not found, okay. Why is that? Because I missed this slash, okay. So let it start again, okay, and I will send the request. See, now we are able to generate a QR code, right? Great. Now this is the QR code that contains the secret embedded into this, right? So now what we have to do, we have to open our TOTP app. It could be any app, right? Google Authenticator or any free other OTP app, right? And even if you want, you can write your own app, right? It's not a big deal, right? So what I will do, I will open my phone, right? And what I have done, I have removed the previous demo account that I have added, right? So now what I will do, so if you see, there is a QR scanning code option, okay. So what I will do, I will click on that, right? So with that, I'll be able to scan, okay. Then what you can do, if you want, you can choose an icon for this one, okay. Then you can say next, right? And then it will ask you for other security stuff based on the app that you are using, right? So it is saying, do you want to use the phone lock, right? So I'm not going to activate this one. I'll go to next, okay. So if you see, I have the auth masterclass admin, okay. Now when I click on this one, it will start generating TOTP for me, right? Great. So now in my phone, the TOTP app is configured, okay. Now what I have to do, I have to write the logic, okay, to set up, to do the authentication for the first time, right? So for that, what I will do, I'll come to OTP service, okay, and I will minimize this function, okay, and I will write one more function here. I am going to say export const, okay, I will say verify OTP service, okay. This is going to be async, okay, and this will take the request and response, okay. Then first thing first, what I have to take, I have to take the username as well as the OTP, right? So I will say const username, okay, and I will say OTP. This will come from request.body, right? Then what we will do, we'll find the user based on this username, right? So const user equals to await user dot find one, okay, and find one how, by the user name, okay. Then if not user, okay, then what we will do, we will throw error, right? Because this user doesn't exist, that means something mischievous is happening, right? So we will throw the error, okay. And one more validation we will do here, or, okay, or user, okay, user dot TOTP secret, okay. So this should also be there, right? So if this is not there, okay, see, user is trying to verify the OTP, right? But this user should have the OTP secret, then only we can do the validation, right? So the user should exist and the user should have the TOTP secret. If this condition doesn't match, we will return the error, okay. If you want, you can change the error message here, right? I'm just, for the purpose of this video, I'm just keeping it like this, okay. Then what I will do, I will say const is OTP, okay, valid equals to, okay, what I'm going to use, I'm going to use the OTP lib, okay, and I will say authenticator dot check, okay. Now this will take the OTP, okay. this will take the OTP, and what else this is going to take? This is going to take the user.totp secret. Okay, then only it will be able to verify this, right? Now if is OTP valid? Okay, now if the OTP is valid, what we will do? We will say user dot is TOTP enabled to true, right? Then I will say await user dot save, right? So we'll save it to the database. Then we will say res dot status of 200. Okay, and JSON I will say message TOTP is set up successfully for your account. Okay, this is not the case. Then what we can do? We can say res dot status, okay, 401, and what we can say JSON, okay, and we will say message, okay, and I will say invalid OTP. Okay, great. So now we will be able to validate the OTP, right? Now what we will do? We will go to auth, okay, and what I will do? I will say router dot post, okay, slash I will say verify TOTP setup. Okay, then what function this will call? This will call the verify TOTP function from the service layer. Okay, great. Now I will come to Postman. Okay, now I'll go to verify TOTP setup. Okay, and here if you see I'm sending admin and OTP. Okay, so now I will open my app. Okay, I'll go to this particular TOTP setup. Okay, and what it is saying, it is giving me the OTP, right? So 477712. Okay, for now I'll not send 12, let me send 13. Okay, wrong TOTP, right? And we'll see. So it says invalid OTP, right? So what I will do, I'll quickly update it to, right? Now it has generated another OTP, so let me enter that one. So it says 231 then 407. Okay, so now if you see, when I enter the correct OTP, it is saying TOTP is set up successfully for your account, right? Then what I will do, I'll show you the compass, MongoDB compass. Okay, so it says TOTP is enabled and it has a TOTP secret, right? Great. Now what we can do, we will come to our code, and when we are doing the login, at that time what we can do, we can do the TOTP validation as well, right? And if the TOTP is valid, then only we will generate the auth tokens, right? So for this, what we will do, we will go to the login service. Okay, and here what we will do, we will take the OTP now. Okay, now this OTP, when we have to verify, let us do the password validation. Okay, and before generating the auth tokens. Okay, so for this, what I will do, I'll borrow some line from the TOTP service. Okay, so which line? I'll copy this line. Okay, so this is the line that is checking the OTP. Okay, right? So I'll come back to the login service. Okay, and if password is valid, then we will do the OTP validation. Okay, so this is the OTP coming from the user, and here we have the user schema, right? So from that we will get the TOTP secret, and we will go to the TOTP library authenticator and we will do the check. Okay, now if is OTP not valid, okay, what we will do, we will throw the error. Okay, so here we will say fail to login. Okay, so I'll mark it as 401. Okay, so if OTP is not valid, we will not allow the user to further login. Okay, but before doing this validation, we have to do one more validation, right? Whether the TOTP is enabled or not, right? So we have this is TOTP enabled. So for a user for whom the OTP is not enabled, for them we are not going to do this validation, right? So I'll wrap it around another if condition. Okay, if user dot is TOTP enabled, okay, then only we are going to do this validation. Okay, otherwise there is no point in doing the validation, right? Great. So now shall we test our flow? So I will go to login, okay, and here what I will do, I will add OTP, okay, and it will take some value, okay. Now what will happen if I give some random value like this, okay? So when I send the request and it is throwing some error, right? So let us check. So it is saying OTP lib is not defined, right? So for this, what we will do, we will go to our TOTP service, okay, and I will copy this line, okay, and I will come back to my login service and I will save it, okay. Then I will come and I will send another request, okay. So it is saying fail to login, right? So what I will do, I'll come here, and here what I will do, just for our understanding, okay, I will change it to failed to verify OTP, okay, and I will send the request, okay. So now what it is saying, it is saying fail to verify OTP, right? Now what I will do, I'll take my phone, okay, I'll go to free OTP app, I'll open the Auth Masterclass, and what OTP it is saying, it is saying 192212, okay, and I will send the request, right? So I'll get the token back, right? Now what if, now what is the token it is saying? It is saying 652, okay, 583. So now if I send this one, I'll get the token, right? Now what will happen if I send this token after it has expired, right? So if you see a pi moving from here, so if you see a pi is moving from here, right, and it is now showing yellow, after some time it will show red, okay. So now this TOTP is expired, right? So now I'll open that again and I'll send the old token. What will happen? It will say verify to fail to verify, right? So what I have to do, I have to send the correct OTP, right? So 291998, okay. So I will send the request. Now I'll get back the token, right? Interesting, right? So without the TOTP, it will not allow us to log in. That means we will not get the token. And also in the cookies, if you see, it is sending the refresh token, the usual flow that we have seen in the previous video, right? So this is how you will configure the TOTP, right? And in this video, we are going to discuss about password reset flow. So there will be two type of password reset, okay. One, when the user is logged in and he will go to his profile section and he will update the password voluntarily, he will update the password. So in this, he will enter the old password as well as the new password, okay. This is one flow. Second flow is initiated through the forget password flow, okay. That means the user doesn't remember his password, okay. So in this flow, what we assume that the user know its username as well as the OTP. So in this scenario, how the user will reset the password. So these are the two password reset flow that we are going to discuss today in this video, okay. So let us start. So in service, what I will do, I will add a new service and I will say password reset.service.js, okay. Now here, first let us do the voluntary password change, okay. That means the user is logged in, okay, he knows his password but he is trying to change it, okay. So that is the first flow that we will see, okay. So for this, what I will do, I will create a function, okay, export const, okay. I will say reset password, okay, equals to async, and I will take the request and the response, okay, and it will be a regular arrow function, okay. And here let me correct the password spelling, okay. Now first thing, what we need the user ID, right? And from where we will get the user ID? So this user ID is logged in user, right? So we have the validate JWT middleware, right? That means when the user is trying to access a protected path, what we are doing, we are adding this validate JWT token middleware, right? If everything is passing, what will happen? Request.user ID will have the value of payload.user ID, right? So if I query the request.user ID, I'll get the current logged in user ID, right? So what I can say, I can say const user ID equals to request.user ID, right? So this will be the user ID who is trying to initiate a password reset flow, okay. Then what else? So when user is doing password reset, what it will send? it will resend the old password and new password, okay, as well as the OTP. Now, if you have seen multiple websites, there they will ask you new password and reconfirm the new password, okay. So that is the flow intended for the front end, okay. On the back end, so on the back end, we don't have to check the new password and confirm new password, right? So usually on the front end, we usually try to hide the password, right? So for that purpose, user is asked to re-enter the password, okay. But on the backend, we don't need that, right? So user will only send the old password, new password, and OTP, okay. So I'll say const, I'll say old password, then new password and OTP, okay. This will come from where? This will come from request.body, right? Now, first thing first, what we will do, we'll take the user ID, go to the database and fetch the user. If the user doesn't exist, throw error, otherwise we'll proceed to next step, okay. So I'll say const user equals to await, okay, user dot find by ID, okay, and it will take the user ID. And here what I will do, I'll add the .js extension, okay. Now what we have to do, if, okay, not of user, that means we'll throw a error, right? So let me copy the error message. You don't want me to see type all this error message, right? So of course you can change the error message based on your need, right? So now after this validation, the user is valid and the user exists, okay. Then what we have to do, then we will check the old password, okay. So we have the user object, we will take the user object, go to the database and check the old password using the bcrypt, the same logic that we are doing in the login flow, okay. So I will say const is password valid, okay, equals to await, okay, bcrypt dot compare, okay, and let me import bcrypt, okay, import bcrypt from bcrypt, right? Then bcrypt dot compare what? Compare the old password with respect to the user dot password field, okay. So we are checking the old password if that is correct or that is not correct, okay. If that is not correct, we'll throw out the error, right? So if is password valid, okay, and I will say and it's not, okay, not password valid, then what we will do, we'll return this error message, right? Then now assuming the password is also correct, right? Now we will check the OTP. So what we will say, if user dot is the OTP enabled, okay, if this is the case, we'll say const is valid OTP, okay, equals to what we are going to use, the OTP lib, right? So let me quickly import that one. So import OTP lib from, okay, OTP lib, then OTP. So I'll say OTP lib dot authenticator dot check, okay, check what, the OTP with respect to what, user dot TOTP secret, right? So we will do the comparison with respect to the user TOTP secret that we are storing, right? Then if not is valid TOTP, okay, what we will do, we will return this error, simple. So this error is now returned, okay. Now till this time, if everything is passing, that means the user ID is valid, the old password comparison matched, and the OTP is also valid, right? So in that case, what we will do, what we have to do, we have to of course reset the password, right? So what we will do, and remember we are doing the password hashing before we are storing, right? So what we can do, we can say const hashed password equals to await, okay, bcrypt dot hash, okay, which password, the new password, and it will do 10 rounds of hashing, okay. Now we have the hash password, right? So what we have to do, we'll say await user dot find by ID and update, okay, find by ID and update. So what this will take, this will take the user ID first, because we are doing find by ID. So what will be the user ID? So user dot underscore ID, right? Great. Then what are the fields that we want to increment? So here what we will do, we are going to use the MongoDB driver logic. Okay, so here I am going to say set. Okay, set what? I want to set the password to new hashed password. Okay, and what else we have to do? Remember, when we are doing password reset, we have to increment the refresh token version, right? So that the old refresh token that are generated previously, they will become invalid, right? So what I will do, I will say inc increment. Okay, increment what? Increment token version by how much? By 1. That means it is not saying update it to 1, it is saying update by 1. Okay, that means if it is 2, make it 3, if it is 3, make it 4, and so on, right? Update by 1. Okay, right? Now once this is done, what I will do now, what else you have to do? We have to delete the refresh token, right? So I will say await refresh token dot find by id and delete. Okay, and what will be the parameter? User dot underscore id. Okay, so we are deleting the refresh tokens as well. Okay, then what we will do, we will say res dot status, okay, 200 and json, and it will take a message, and all I'm going to simply say is password reset successful. Okay, of course if you want, you can change the error message, give a different error message based on your business need, right? Now once this is done, what we will do, we'll go to auth routes. Okay, and here I will attach it to the router. So router.post. Okay, I'll say reset password. Okay, and I will call the function reset password. Okay, and what we have to do, is this enough? No, right? We have to add the JWT validate middleware on top of this, right? Like how we are doing here on the protected dummy route that we created, right? So here also what we have to do, we have to say validate JWT token. Okay, then only validation will happen, and once validation happens, then only we will have the user ID on the request object, right? Otherwise this will not work. Then what we have to do, let us go to Postman and see the flow once. So I'll open the login page first. Okay, so here what I'm sending admin password, and I'll send the OTP. So now this time I'll not be sharing the phone screen, I'll just simply from my phone screen I'll enter the OTP from here, right? So first what I want to do, I want to show the login flow. Okay, so login is currently working with this password text. Okay, so what I will do, I'll add the OTP from my phone that I'm looking here. Okay, so 396276. Okay, now what I will do, I'll send a request, right? So what is happening, I'm able to generate a token, right? Now what I will do, I'll go to reset password. Okay, what I'm saying, old password, which is password, new password is password 1. Okay, and what I'll do, I'll enter the OTP, right? So let me enter the OTP, which says 846198. I'm checking on my phone. Okay, so I will send request for this one. So what it is saying, password reset successful. Great. So now what I will do, I will come to the login page. Okay, and here I will enter the OTP, right? So here what I'm doing, I'm sending the old password. Okay, so now if I send the request, what will happen? It will say fail to login. Why? Because the password has been updated, right? Now what I will do, I'll go to the new password. Okay, and what else I have to do, I have to enter the OTP. So 465, okay, 346. Okay, and I will send the request. See, now with the new password, this flow is working. So now I'm able to get the access token. With which password? The new password, not the old password. Okay, so now what I will do, I'll reset my password. Okay, reset back to the original so that I'll not be confused. Okay, so what I'm doing, old password is now password 1, new password is now password. Okay, and I'll enter the OTP. Okay, so 996134. Okay, and I will submit. So it says password reset successful. Okay, so I'll copy this one because this is the same OTP that is running here, and I will send the request with the password 1. Right now it is saying fail to login. Okay, when it will be when it will allow me to log in, when I change it back to password. Okay, and I will enter the OTP 166 okay 287. Okay, let me send the request. So now this will work. Okay, so now what I'm able to do with valid login, okay, I'm able to access the reset password flow. Okay, that means I'm voluntarily changing my password. Okay, and how this access token is working here. So if you go to script, okay, here what I'm doing, I'm getting the auth token from environment variable and I'm sending it. So this flow I have shown you previously many times, right? So if you go to login, and here if you go to post script, as auth token we are storing this token value, right? So whoever needs, they can read this token like this, okay, in the postman. So that's how this flow is working. Okay, so one part is done. Now coming to the second part, what we will do, the user initiates a forget password flow. The user initiates a forget password flow. Okay, that means the user doesn't know this password, so we cannot go with the flow of old password, new password, right? So what we have to do, we'll do it in two phases. Okay, in first phase, the user will enter the username, okay, and it will submit a request, that is initiate forget password flow. Okay, then based on the username that we are sending, what we will do, we'll generate a JWT token, and this is not a access token, this is just another token that has some payload, and it is very short-lived. Okay, say 5 minutes or 3 minutes like that. Okay, and this is the response that will send back, okay, to the initiate forget password flow. Okay, then what will happen, the user will take the token, okay, and on that token what it will do, it will give us its new password along with the OTP. Okay, why OTP? Because that is the only identification that currently we have for the user, right? So user, they have to give us the token that we sent in the previous step, the new password and the OTP, and if everything matches, we'll reset the password on behalf of the user. Okay, so let us check that flow. I'll minimize this function. Okay, and I will say export const, I will say initiate forget password. Okay, and this will be of course an async function. This will take the request and response. Then I'll add the function body, right? And what parameter we are expecting? We are expecting username, right? So I'll say const username. Okay, this will come from the request.body, right? Now what we have to do with this username? With this username, we have to go to the database and find the user, right? So I'll say const user equals to await, okay, user dot find one. Okay, find one how? By the username, right? Then here also we'll do the same thing. If okay, not user, then what we will do, return res dot status. Okay, status of what? 400, and JSON, then we will say message, and I will say failed to reset password, right? So if you want, of course you can change the message, right? Now what we will do, we have to generate a JWT token, or token basically. Okay, so for this what I will do, I'll go to lib, okay, and I will copy this function and I will paste it here. Okay, and here I want to rename it to generate, okay, password reset token. Okay, and I will mark it as 5-minute expiry. Okay, now I'll come to env, and here I have added another JWT reset token. Okay, so we have different auth token, we have a different refresh token, and in the same line I have added one more reset token. Okay, so I'll take this reset token, okay, and this I will use. Okay, and of course whatever the payload, right, payload will be mostly similar. Okay, now like this I will be able to generate a password reset token. Okay, now we have to do one more thing. Okay, now suppose the user has initiated a password reset flow. Okay, so what will happen, he will get a token, right? Now using the token, he will go to the server, to the concerned API with the new password, and he will reset it, right? Now what might happen, the reset token that we generated, if it goes to wrong hand, okay, what will happen? On behalf of another user, the hacker will be able to reset the password, right, which we don't want, right? So what we will do, the same thing that we did for refresh token, versioning. So what we will do, we'll version the reset token as well. By default, it will start with 1, okay. When the user initiates a password forget flow, along with the payload, we will send the token version, okay. Which token version? Not the refresh token version, okay. It is a reset token version that we will add it as another field in our database, okay. Now, when the user sends the token along with the new password, we will do the version comparison. If the version matches, we will do the password reset and increment the version. And also we have to increment the refresh token version here, right? As well as we have to delete the refresh tokens from the database, right? So these are the 3 things we have to do. Now, even if the reset token goes into wrong hand, even if it's short-lived, right? In that short duration, somebody still can misuse it, right? Now, since we have the version check in place, once the user resets the password, the reset token is no longer valid because it has the old version and we have already updated the reset token version, right? So it will be one-time token only, right? So now let us implement this flow. So for this, what we will do, we'll go to user schema, okay, and here I have the token version. So what I will do, I will copy it, okay, comma, and I will paste it here. And what I will do, I will name it as reset T capital token version, okay, and of course it will default to 1, okay. So now what I will do, I'll go to my database, okay, the MongoDB, and here we have the token version, right? And in the same line, what I will do, I will add another field, okay, and I will name it as reset token version, and I will update the data type to int32, okay, and I will mark it as 1 and update, okay. Now why I am doing this manually? If I don't do this manually, what I have to do, I have to go through the user registration process again, right? Otherwise this version will not be created, right? These tokens will not be created. So just to save some time, what I'm doing it manually, okay. You don't have to do manually. If you want, you can do it when you are doing the development, but since this line has been already added in the schema, next time when fresh user registers, it will have the default token version and the reset token version, right? So for our ease, okay, to say if you can, so for our ease, what I'm doing, I'm just manually adding it, okay. So now the reset token version is 1, okay, right? Then what we will do, I'll go to VS Code, okay, and what I will do, I'll go to the password reset service, and here I will generate a reset token, okay. So what I will do, I will say const reset token, okay, equals to generate password reset token, okay, and what payload it will take, let us send the username. From where this will come? This will come from user.username, right, and user ID. This also we can send, and it will come from user._id, right? What else we have to send? We have to send the reset token version, right? So reset token version, and this will come from user.reset token version, right? Now how we will send this one? The same way we were sending the refresh token, that is, we will directly inject into a cookie, okay. That is the safest approach, so that if we do that, even client side code cannot read this, okay, only server side code can read the cookie, okay. So what we will do, we'll send it as a HTTP only cookie. So what I will do, I will say res.cookie, okay, and I will name it as reset token, okay, and the value will be reset token, okay, and I'll send a configuration object, and it will be HTTP only to true. Okay, why HTTP only to be true? This is what makes the client side code not able to read this cookie, okay. Then res.status of 200, and what we have to send? As such, we don't have to send anything, right? So I'll just mark it as an empty JSON, right? Where we are sending it as part of our cookie, okay, great. So now what we will do, I'll go to initiate password reset. Okay, and before I go here, what else I have to do? I have to attach this function to the route. Okay, so what I will do, I will say router.post. Okay, and what name I am using? So if you see, initiate password reset. Okay, so this is the name that I will give. And what is the function name? Initiate forget password. Okay, so I will say initiate forget password. Okay, now do I need to add the validate JWT token? No, right? Because this is only for the logged in user. Okay, here the user is not logged in. He has forget his password. Okay, so let us quickly see. So I am sending username as admin. Okay, so I'll send a request. Okay, so if you see 200, okay, status. Okay, and we'll go to cookie. So if you see, we have a reset token. Okay, so we are able to get the token in the cookie, and it is HTTP only, right? Great. Now this flow is completed. Okay, so now we have done the initiate forget password. Okay, now what do we have to do? Confirm forget password. Okay, in which finally user will take this cookie, okay, the reset token, and he will send the new password as well as the OTP. Okay, so I will say export const confirm forget password equals to async, okay, request response, and it will be a function. Now first what we have to get? We have to get the token from the cookie. Which token? The reset token. Okay, so I'll say const reset token equals to request dot cookies dot reset token. Okay, then what else we need? In the request, the user is also sending the new password as well as the OTP, right? So let us get that one. So I'll say const, okay, new password and OTP. This will come from request.body, right? Great. Now, first thing what we have to do, we have to decode the reset token, right? Then only we will be able to get the user ID, username, and the token version that we added as part of this token creation, right? This payload object that we have to retrieve it back, right? So what I will do, of course, I'll add it in a try catch block, right? Because the JWT verification, it will throw error, right? Exception. So I will say import JWT from JSON web token. Okay, then I will say const payload equals to JWT dot verify. Okay, verify what? Reset token. Okay, and with respect to what? With respect to this JWT secret. Okay, so I will copy this one. Okay, and I will pass it here. This is needed, right? So with respect to this JWT reset token, we created the payload. So when decoding, we have to pass the same token, right? Otherwise it will fail, of course, right? Now we have the payload, right? So payload will have the username, user ID, and token version, right? So let us find the user object from the database. So I'll say const user equals to user dot find one. Okay, find one by username. So I'll say username to come from payload dot username. Okay, then we'll do our usual validation. If not user, okay, what we will do? Res dot status, okay, 400, and JSON we will say message unable to reset password. Okay, don't give specific message when it comes to security. Okay, I have explained it before, I am saying it again. Okay, make this information as least specific as possible. Okay, don't say password failed or password validation failed or OTP validation failed or username doesn't exist. Simply say unable to log in or fail to reset password, like that. Okay, now what we have to do? We have to validate the TOTP, right? So what I can do? I can come here and borrow some line, right? So I'll simply copy this one. Okay, and I will paste it here, and what I will do, I will change the error message, right? Great. Now what else I have to do? Now I have to generate. So see here, the user exists as well as the OTP is validated successfully, right? So now I have the new password, right? So what I have to do, I have to generate hash out of this, right? So what I will do, I'm just borrowing some lines so that it will be easy. You don't have to see me typing everything, right? So now what we are doing? We are generating the hash password, right? Great. Then what we have to do? We have to, I'll borrow this 2 line also, right? So we have to update the user field, right, with the new password, right? And we have to increment the token version, right? Because when user is doing password reset, okay, we don't want the old refresh token to be valid, right? We have seen this flow previously, right? What else I have to increment? I have to increment the reset token version also, right? Otherwise this reset token that we received here, okay, that can still be misused. It can used once again, right? And somebody on user behalf, they can reset it again, right? And user will be locked out of his account, right? So we don't want that. So I'll say reset token version by 1, okay? And as usual, we'll delete the refresh tokens, right? And at the end, we'll say rest.status of 200, okay? And I will say JSON, and I will pass the message, okay? I will say password reset successful, please log in, okay? Or whatever error message you want, right? And what will happen in case of the exception? So here also, let me copy this error line, and I will send it, okay? Now what else we have to do? This function, okay, we have to attach it to a route, okay? So what I will do, I will say router.post, okay? And let me check the postman and get the name, okay? So confirm, it says confirm password reset, okay? So I will paste it here and I'll remove the duplicate slash, okay? And here what I will do, I'll confirm forget password, the function, okay? So I will say confirm forget password, okay? So this I will attach, right? Now what we will do, we'll come here, okay? And we will initiate a request, okay? Now what we will do, we'll come here, and what is our current password, right? I'll mark it as password 2, okay? And I'll open my phone and I'll go to the OTP app and I will enter the OTP 616245, okay? And I'll initiate a request. Let us see. I did a lot of copy paste, so what happens? Okay, so it says password reset successful, please log in. Now I'll come to login, I'll come to body, and with what we reset with password 2, right? Now let me use the password, okay? And I will enter the OTP, okay? So 396411, okay? And I will send it. And if you see this is working, right? So it should not work, okay? So something is wrong, okay? So let us check the code, okay? And here we are incrementing version reset token, okay? And so I'm for sure I'm missing the await, right? So see here, the await was missing, okay? So here I should do the await, right? Now we'll do the password reset again, okay? So we'll initiate a new reset, okay? Then we will confirm password, okay? So what I will do, I will enter the OTP, okay? So 213477, okay? So now it is saying password reset successful to what? The password 2, okay? Now I am sending password 1, okay? And I will enter the OTP, so 109986, okay? I'll send this request, okay? See, login failed, okay? When this will work? Only when I send password as 2, okay? So OTP is still the same, so I will send it, right? See, now I am able to generate the token with the new password, right? Now what is missing here? One more validation is missing, right? What we have to do? We have to do the token version validation, right? So what I will do, I will say if, okay, if payload dot reset token version not equals to user dot reset token version, then what we have to do? We have to send the error message, right? So shall we test this flow? So what I will do, I will initiate a password reset request, okay? Then what I will do, I'll come here and change it to password 3, and let me enter the OTP from my phone. So which is 208363. Okay, and I will send it. Now it says password reset successful. Okay, so now if I use password 3, okay, I'll use password 3 along with the OTP, which is 147214. Okay, so with this password 3 it is working, right? Why? Because we did this password reset. Okay, now what I will do, I'll not do another initiate. Okay, what I will do, I'll try to simply use the old token, okay, that we generated previously here. With this token we were able to reset it once. Can we reset it again? So for this, what I will do, I will set the new OTP, okay, 460423, and I will send the request, and this time let me change it to say password 5. Okay, so I'll send the request. Okay, unable to reset. Why? Because we already used a token. Okay, and when doing some code review, okay, I noticed here we should mark it as return. Okay, otherwise what will happen? This will throw error, right? So I'll mark all of this as return. Okay, otherwise it will throw error, right? And here I don't need, here I don't need, because this is anyways the last response. Okay, great. Now with this we have completed the password reset flow. So we saw two type of password reset. One, the logged in user doing password reset, and another one when the user is going through a forget password page, right? So this is all about the password reset flow. Today we are going to discuss about enhancing the security of our authentication system. So previously what we have already done, we have introduced CAPTCHA, we have introduced OTP, and we have introduced CSRF protection in our platform, right? Now we are going to add some more security measures on our platform, right? And we are going to do it step by step. I'll explain you what is the purpose of each of the security measure that we are going to take, right? And before actually going to the security enhancement of our application or our platform, there is one API that is still pending. So we'll quickly cover that, and then we'll move to the security enhancement part. And what is the pending API? Of course, logout, right? So we will quickly complete the logout flow first, and then we'll go to security enhancement, right? So what are the things that we need to do on the logout flow? Of course, we have to delete the refresh token, and we have to delete the cookie that we have set. Okay, so this is a server side cookie, so only server can set it and only server can delete it, right? So we have to delete the cookie, that is the refresh token cookie. Okay, now coming to the JWT token, which was short-lived. Okay, deleting that will be the responsibility of the front end. Okay, we don't have any control on that. Okay, so front end will delete the JWT access token. Okay, we from the server side will delete the refresh token cookie, as well as we'll delete the entry from the refresh token database entry. Okay, so let us quickly implement these steps. So what I will do, in this service I will add a new file, okay, and I will call it as logout.service.js. okay, and here what I will do, I will say export const logout equals to, of course this is going to be a async function, so I'll take the request response, and this is going to be a arrow function, right? Now from where I'll get the user ID? So this logout flow will come under the authenticated API, right? So only if you are logged in, then only you can log out. So the logged in user will have the request.user ID in the request object, right? So let us extract that. So I'll say const user ID equals to request dot, okay, user ID. Then what we have to do? We have to go to the database and fetch this user by the user ID. Okay, so I will say const user equals to user dot find by ID. Okay, and we'll pass the user ID. Then if okay not user, then what we can say, return res dot status. Okay, and let us call it as 400 bad request. Okay, and JSON, and I will say message, and it will say failed to log out. Okay, feel free to give any appropriate error message, right? Then if this user is existing, that is a valid user, then what we have to do, we have to go to the refresh token and delete that one. So I will say await, okay, refresh token dot, I will say delete one, okay, and delete one by how it will delete, it will of course delete by the user ID, right? And here I added await, and here also I should add a await, okay, because this is a asynchronous function. And here let me add the .js extension, and here also let me add the .js extension, okay. So this is delete one. Then what we have to do, we have to say the response dot clear cookie, and we have to name the cookie, so it is refresh token, okay, and HTTP only will be true. Then what we can do, we can say rest dot status of, what will be the appropriate status here? I think it should be 204, that means no content, okay, because as such we don't have to return anything, right? So it will just say 204. That means if this status is received, it is a success status, okay. Any 200 status is a success status, right? So this much you have to do for logout, right? And what we will do, we will go to our auth route, okay, and here I will say router dot post, and I will say slash logout, and here I will give the logout function, right? And on top of that, what I have to do, I have to add this validate JWT token, right? Because this is supposed to be a logged in route, right? Unless you are not logged in, you are not supposed to access this, right? And also if we don't add this one, this user ID will not be set in the request, okay, because this JWT validate JWT will add it, right? So if you see request.user ID is adding the payload.user ID, okay. So this much. Then what we will do, let us quickly test this flow if everything is working. So what I will do, I will go to login, okay, and I will take my phone and I will open the OTP app, and I will send the request user ID and password, and I will pass the OTP, and I will do a login. So if you see here, I am getting the token, right? And if you go to refresh token, and if I refresh here, we have a entry, okay. Then with this refresh token, I can go to protected route and I can access that, and I can also go to the refresh token and ask for another access token. So everything is working. Then here I will go to logout, okay, and let me send a request, right? So if you see here, it says 204 no content, okay, that means we are logged out, right? So what has happened? So refresh token must have been deleted. So if I refresh, it was deleted, right? Now can I go and ask for a refresh token now after I have logged out? See, unable to generate access token. Why? Because you are logged out, okay. And can you tell me if this protected route, which is using the JWT access token, is this going to work, right? So this is going to work. Why? Because the JWT token that is enabling this API to work, that is existing only on the front end, okay. We in the backend, we don't have a control on that. So it is front end responsibility to clear the JWT access token, okay. Usually we store it in memory, right? So all you have to do is to mark the variable as null or something in the state, or however you are writing your front end, right? So it is the front end developers responsibility to clear the JWT token, and our responsibility to deal with the refresh token, okay. So with this, the refresh token, of course it won't work, and we are able to log out, okay. This much from the backend only we can do. JWT is front end's responsibility. So this is all about the logout flow, right? It was a simple, so I kept this for the last. Then what we have to do, let us work on our enhancing our security, okay. So here let me go to this API, okay, get captcha, okay, and I'll ask for a captcha. And if you see here, there are headers, okay. Let us inspect one important header, X powered by, okay. So what does this mean? This means our API is powered by Express, okay. Is this something that I want the user of the API to know about this? My answer is no, okay. with what technology the backend or the API is built with, it should not be concerned of the person who is using the API. Okay, the person who is using the API should only be worried about the request and response. Okay, what is the format of the request, what is the format of the response, and what header or what token I am supposed to send. That is only its responsibility, right? By no way he is going to use this X powered by information, right? So this clearly says that it is powered by Express API. Then this will give a lot of information to a potential attacker. Okay, we don't want to give them any information as such. What is the backend technology that is powering this API? It could be Apache server, it could be .NET server, it could be Express server, right? It could be the Java server, right? It could be a plain C++ server. I don't want to reveal that information, right? So my first security issue that I want to deal with is to remove this X powered by, and there are few more headers, okay, that ideally we should not expose it to the front end. Okay, so what we will do, there is a npm package. Also, if you want, we can do it in as a middleware also, that is not a big deal, but we are going to use a library called as helmet, and that will add some more additional security enhancement to our API. Okay, so let us quickly do that. So what I will do, I'll come to another terminal, okay, and I will install npm install helmet. Okay, that is the name of the npm package. Okay, then what I will do, I'll come to index.js, okay, and I will first import helmet, right? Once the import is done, what I can do, I can say app.use, okay, and I will say helmet, and I will add it as a function. Okay, so now if we go back to our server, okay, it is running. Now I'll send another request to this get captcha, right? So now if you see, our complete API, our complete header has been changed. Okay, there are a lot of tokens, right? So there is a no sniff, okay, content option, no snip, okay, XSS protection, Xframe option, same origin, right? So if you see, a lot of security related headers have been added, right? So if you want, you can Google about all of this individual security header and you can learn about what each of them means, right? So there are DNS prefetch control, download options, no open, so it will prevent downloads, right? There are this Xframe option, this will protect against clickjacking. Okay, if you are curious, you can learn more about clickjacking. Okay, so this is the header option that will prevent that from happening. Okay, so these are few header that has been modified by the helmet package. Okay, and now if you see, X powered by is not available. Now if you try to figure out what is the backend technology running behind this, you will not be able to know unless you are the developer, right? That's not the point. I'm talking about the end user, right? Great, so one part is complete. Okay, then what we will do, let us go to next part. Okay, and let us discuss about cross-site scripting. Okay, XSS attack. So to prevent that, I'll also show you what is an XSS attack, and I'll also show you how to prevent that one. Okay, so here I'm going to say npm install, okay, XSS clean. Okay, clean. Let me install this package. Okay, great. Now what is the XSS attack? Okay, that means cross-site scripting. Okay, now what is the meaning of cross-site scripting? So from the front end, okay, someone can inject script tags. Okay, and injecting script tag can be very dangerous. Okay, say for example, the user comment. So if I do not sanitize my input, what will happen? Somebody can write content in script tag. Okay, and you know that script tag is something that can be executed in a browser. Okay, so if I inject a comment, okay, that has script tag, and then you open the same, okay, and you load, of course the comment section will be loaded, right? As soon as the comment section is loaded, what will happen? The script will immediately execute, and the script that can execute, it can do potentially lot of harm. Okay, because to be able to execute JavaScript code without the user knowing it can be very dangerous. Okay, lot of harm can be done. Okay, cookie information can be stolen, a keylogger can be added, right? Okay, so the first rule is never allow script tag into your system. Okay, so I'll show you one example how that can be done. Okay, So here I am going to the user registration service. Okay, and here instead of returning this message, what I'll do, I'll return the new user. Okay, just this is just for demo purpose. Okay, and I'll go to my this dev process. Okay, and this is also running. Then I'll go to my auth route. Okay, and here just temporarily, okay, temporarily I'm disabling the validate captcha. Okay, this is just to give you the demo. Okay, this is not something that you will push it to production. Okay, since you have added the validation, you should keep it, but just for the demo purpose I have temporarily removed it. Okay, then what I'll do, I'll come to the register user page. Okay, and if you see here admin, okay, so I'll change this to admin 1 because there are unique validations, right? And here the admin username. Now see, the admin username or any username will be displayed on your profile page, right? That's why we are giving the username, right? And if I am able to inject XSS into this attack, right, that means I am able to successfully inject XSS token, right? So what I will do, I will copy this script tag. Okay, and just for the purpose of this demo, I'm just doing an alert, but lot of harmful script can be added here, right? Because this is within script tag and this will be executed by your browser, right? So let me send this one, right? So if you see username, okay, and password and email, everything has come, right? And of course you should not send all this information back like ID, created at, updated at, version, right? This is of no use, but this is just for the demo purpose, right? So once the user load the information in the browser, this alert will be executed, right? Of course this will be executed, and I am giving example of alert, but lot of harmful code can be added within this script tag, right? Now if we go to database, okay, and if we go to user and if I do a refresh, see this script tag is added in our database, and this is something that you never want to see in your database. Okay, this is the last thing that you want ever in your system. Okay, so we are now successfully able to do XSS attack. Okay, so let me delete this user, right? And we install one library, right? So what we will do, let us use that. So I'll go to my index.js. Okay, so for this what I will do, I will import XSS from, okay, XSS clean. Okay, so what this will do, this will do the cleaning of the XSS. I'll show you how. Okay, this is very interesting one. Okay, and here you should use app.use XSS as a function. Now one important thing, okay, this express.json, you should use the XSS after this one. Okay, why? Because this is going to work on the body tag, right? And express.json will parse the body. If you use that before, it will not work. Okay, so when I was doing the R&D before this video, I was adding it before the express.json middleware and it was not working, and I was actually curious why. Then I realized, okay, it has to work on the body. So if you go inside this function, right, what this is doing, this is reading request.body, request.query, request.params, right? So this will happen, this parsing will happen only after the express.json, right? So you should add it after this one, not before this one. Okay, now we will run the same flow. Okay, so I'll open Postman and I will run the same script. Right, now see what has happened. Instead of that angle bracket, what has happened, it has replaced with %lt. Okay, and here also it has been replaced with %lt. Simple fix. Now this will never get executed in the browser because this is not a syntax that browser understand. They would have understand if this was a proper script tag. Now this is no longer a proper script tag. Okay, so this will be displayed as it is in the browser instead of being executed in the browser. Okay, that is the difference. So now if I show you in the database, I will do a refresh. Now also if you see in the database what has been added, right, the %lt semicolon script. Okay, so of course this will never get executed. So what we have done, we have prevented cross-site scripting attack. Okay, so now we have implemented very strong security mechanism, right? Let us do even more. Now I want to implement rate limiting. So say for example, we have this get captcha API. Okay, so here I'll go to body. Okay, and I'll ask for a captcha, and again I'll ask for a captcha, and again I can ask for a captcha, right? And generating this captcha or working with image is a CPU intensive process, right? somebody can write a script and they can keep on firing get captcha or get CSRF token, right? Even get CSRF token is a CPU intensive operation, right? Because it is dealing with cryptography. So somebody can keep on sending the request, say every second or in every millisecond, and at some point our server will be overloaded and it will crash. This is called as a DDoS attack or DOS attack. This is called as denial of service. That means one mischievous hacker, they will repeatedly send request, and what will happen, it will block all our CPU resources or all our server resources, and genuine user will be deprived of using our service. Okay, so I can keep on generating the captcha, right? And this is not something that I want, because there is no use case in which we have to generate captcha say every 1 second or every half second, right? So this is not what something I want. So let us implement rate limiting. Okay, so here what I will do, I will come here and I will say it is express, okay, rate limit. Okay, and I will press enter. Let it install. Okay, then once this is installed, what we can do, let us write a middleware. Okay, so I'll come to middleware, I'll add a new file and I will say rate limit dot middleware.js. okay, then what I will do, I will import rate limit from express rate limit. Okay, then I will say export const rate limiter equals to rate limit, and I will pass a configuration object. Okay, first one is window ms. What is this? So within the time range, okay, how many requests you want to allow. So this is the time range. Okay, so here I am going to say 1 star 60. Okay, 1 star 60. Okay, star 1000. Okay, now what is the meaning of each of this? So if you see the name, it is ms, right? That means it will accept in milliseconds. So whatever I am generating here, I am converting it into milliseconds. Okay, so this is minute and this is 1. That means 1 minute, or if you say, I can say 2 minutes, right? Like that. Okay, so let me keep it as 1 minute. Then I can say max, okay, 3 requests. That means within 1 minute, you can send 3 requests. Okay, now of course, based on your user, based on your need, you can change these values. Okay, then I can say message. Okay, and I will say error, and whatever message you want, you can give, right? So too many requests. Okay, great. So what I will do, I will take this API rate limiter and I'll go to auth routes. So where I will add, just for the demo purpose, I'm adding it on the generate captcha, right? So I will say API rate limiter, and you can add it anywhere you want, right? It's always better to add it in all our routes based on user need, based on the need of your business, right? So now what I will do, I'll come to the get captcha. I'll send 1 request. I will send another request. Now I'll send another request, 3 requests within 1 minute, right? Done. Now what will happen? See, too many errors. Okay, so now there is no more denial of service attack. Okay, so somebody cannot misuse our system, right? Great. So we are able to prevent denial of service attack as well, right? Now there is one more interesting library. Okay, so this will do the password strength validation. Okay, so this course or this platform that we are building, this application that we are building is about authentication, and it is highly dependent on password and also how strong your password is. Okay, so now let us see how we can validate the strength of the password, and if we want, we can force the user to give a really strong password. Okay, so if you see here what I am adding as a password, see, password, right? This doesn't make any sense. Of course, this is for the demo purpose, but what prevents real user from sending passwords like this? Nothing, right? So let us add a mechanism in which we can force user to add a strong password, right? So for that, we'll install a library. So let me open VS Code. Okay, and there is an interesting library, npm install zxcvbn. So the bottom row of your keyboard, that is the name here. Okay, they have given this crazy name, right? zxcvbn. So I'll install. Great. So once installation is done, what I will do, I will add a new middleware. Okay, so I'll say password strength dot middleware dot js, right? Great. So first what I have to do, I have to import. Okay, so import ZXC VPN from ZXC VPN. Okay, initially even it was difficult for me to pronounce this name, but when I realized this is the bottom row of the keyboard, okay, it become very easy for me to pronounce. Okay, ZXC VPN, right? Then I will say const password strength. Okay, password strength equals to, of course it will take the request and response and next. Okay, that's how we can define a middleware. Then what we will do, we will say const password, and this we will get from request.body. Okay, so where we are going to use this, when user is trying to send a password. Okay, so we'll say if, okay, not password. Okay, let us throw some error. So return res.status. Okay, then 400 bad request, that means, okay, and JSON. And if you want, you can add a message which says password is missing. Okay, now I will do const result equals to ZXCVPN as the function, and I will pass the password. Okay, so this function will do the strength analysis and it will add it to the result. Right now, if, okay, if result dot, okay, score is less than 3. Okay, so if you go inside this function, okay, here you can get all the value. Okay, so here these are the scores that it will give us. Okay, this is the score. What it is saying, integer from 0 to 4. 0 means too guessable, risky password. Okay, then very guessable, somewhat guessable, safe, and very unguessable. Okay, so anything less than 3, based on my configuration or my decision, anything less than 3 we will throw error. Okay, so it should be 3 or 4. Okay, so less than 3. Okay, what we will do, we will say return. Okay, return what, res.status. Okay, and I will say 400, and I will say JSON. Okay, and I will say for example error. Okay, I will say weak password. Okay, and I'll give a suggestion. Okay, suggestion, it will come from result dot. Okay, and there is another interesting field called as crack time. Okay, that means how much time it will take for a hacker to crack your password. Okay, so this is coming from result dot crack time display dot offline slow hashing 1 to the power 4. Okay, so they are giving the crack time, like how easy it is to crack your password. Okay, even I am not entirely sure what is the algorithm behind this, but this is just for a users information purpose, right? If it takes 1 second, then that means it is very easy for your password to be cracked, right? And if it is taking days, then probably it's safe, right? And what else you have to do if this is not the case? Okay, what we have to do, we have to call the next function, right? Great. Now what we will do, we will take this password, and where we will add it, let us add it in the register user. Okay, and here what I have to do, I have to use export, right? And then here I will add password strength middleware. Okay, then what I will do, I will go to my user, and what I will do, I will delete this entry. Okay, otherwise it will keep on throwing the user already exist conflict errors, right? And here let me remove this one and let me add admin. Okay, and if you see here, what is the password, right? So let me send this one, and what it is saying, weak password, add another word or two, uncommon words are better. Okay, and what is the crack time, less than a second. Now let me do something, make it capitalize, and let me add at the rate instead of a, and let me add 0 instead of o. Okay, this is how typically we do, right? And now let us send. See, now it is still able to catch. Capitalization doesn't help very much. Okay, predictable substitutions like ampersand instead of a don't help very much, right? So now what it is doing, it is not allowing us to send this kind of rubbish password. Okay, this is very important. We should not allow user to add password like test123, right? So here let me add test at 123, right? So if you see here, it is still giving error, right? So what we will do, I'll go to a browser. Okay, and here what I am doing, password generator, just a random website that I checked. Okay, so here I will just copy a password, okay, and I will send it. Okay, but be very careful, you have to save this password somewhere, right? Either in a password manager or something like that. Okay, because this is even difficult for us users to remember, right? So I will send it. See, now it is saying username already taken. That means it went to the database successfully, right? So I'll change it to admin1, okay, and I will send it. So it has successfully created, right? This is the password. Okay, now it is expecting always a strong password. Now, of course, based on your business need, how strong your password you want, right, that you can always configure. Maybe not through this npm library, but maybe with another npm library. But it's always a good idea to force user to set a strong password, right? If we don't force them, they will always be lazy and enter some easy password, right? Test123, admin123, or their middle name, or their first name, or their date of birth, like that. Okay, so it is our responsibility to force user to maintain a good password hygiene. Okay, also what else we can do? We can force user to reset their password, say, after certain amount of time, right? That flow, of course, I'm not planning to show here. If you want, if you are curious, you can do your own research on that, and you can add that functionality to this platform that we are building, right? That is one suggestion. Okay, now we have implemented a lot of security functionality, right? There are two security functionality that we ideally should implement, but intentionally I have skipped it so that the demonstration will not become very complicated. Okay, but I expect you to implement that. Okay, one, so if you go to the refresh token, okay, this token, okay, this is stored as unencrypted. Okay, we should encrypt it. Okay, and here also the TOTP secret, this also we should encrypt it. Encrypt it and store it. Okay, in one of my previous videos, I'll give that video somewhere in the description or in the I button. There I have shown you how you can write your encryption and decryption algorithms. Okay, and also the code that I will share, that will also have the encryption and decryption algorithm already written for you. Okay, what I want you to do is store this TOTP, okay, encrypted, and as well as the refresh token also you should store it as encrypted. Okay, and when storing it, you should store it encrypted. When reading it, you should decrypt and then do all the comparison. Okay, so these two tasks I leave up to you. Okay, you should implement, right? So with this, the login functionality using JWT token is completed, right? So in previous video, we have completed token based login, and we discussed in detail about each and every aspect of doing token based authentication. So be it the access token, be it generating refresh token, and all the related security aspects around it. Now we will go up a notch, and we are going to discuss another way of doing user login, that is based on session. So previously we used to generate token. Now we are going to rely on server sessions to identify the logged in user, right? So this is another way of doing authentication, and this is what we are going to see. Now what I have done, see, previously we completed user registration flow, right? And on top of that, we started building the token based authentication framework, right? Now what I have done, I have reverted back the code to the place where we completed the user registration. Okay, so that we can create another branch, and there we will see session based authentication. Okay, that doesn't mean I have deleted anything, everything is git controlled, right? So when I'll be sharing you the code, you will find each and every code. Okay, but now what I have done, I have reverted it to the state where we finished user registration. Okay, and what I have done in the env, this mongo URI, it was auth, so I changed it to auth_session. Okay, so it will create one more database instance, and there we will start working, because in the previous database instance we had a lot of information, right? Token secret and refresh token related information. So I decided not to delete, but instead create another database instance, right? And what I have done, I have added this protected route. So if you remember, we added this in our login. Okay, so this is the route that we are going to play. Okay, and this is supposed to be a protected route, and we are going to add authentication, and we will see whether we are able to protect this particular route or not. Okay, so this is going to be our playground API. Okay, so this is where we'll do all our experiment, right? So as always, the server is running, right? And what we will do first, I want to start with sessions. Okay, so what exactly is a session? Okay, so you can say session is a global variable, okay, that is available all across the app, okay, all across our Node.js application. So if I have to access the session, all I have to do is request.session, and I'll have the session information, right? Now every time a user comes into our API, okay, they will have a session information. Okay, so for example, you are accessing the API. Okay, so you session variable for you will be created. Okay, now if I go into the system, another session variable will be created for me, right? Now how the session information will be identified? Okay, so for this, what we will do, so say for example, there is a get CSRF token, right? So I'll send a request. Now if you go to cookies, okay, there is a particular cookie called as connect.sid. okay, now what, and this cookie is HTTP only cookie, right? So that means server side code cannot read this, okay, and only client can set, read and delete this cookie information, right? Now if you remember the CSRF token, we are storing it in the session, right? Now how it will be identified which session belongs to which user, right? That is by this connect SID. So when you go to the system, you will have a session, and in turn you will get a session ID like this connect.sid, and if I go, I'll also get a connect.sid. Now based on what I am sending, okay, the session information from the application memory will be retrieved, and whatever session information that we have stored, that will be fetched. Okay, so say for example, we have stored a CSRF token in the session, right? So when you go to the system, a different CSRF token is stored for you, and when I go to the system, a different CSRF token is stored in the system, right? Now when I'm sending the CSRF token, I have to send this cookie information, right? Then based on this cookie information, the server CSRF token will be fetched and it will be compared, right? That's how session works. Okay. Now one demerit with session is, say for example, you have this session ID, right? Then for some reason server restarts, right? So the session information is lost, of course, right? Because this is something that is sitting on your app server on the Express app, right? So if app restarts, okay, the session information is obviously lost, right? So if you send this one, of course it will say not found, right? And it will throw all validation errors, right? The same thing can happen when there is a load balancer and multiple app servers. Okay, so what will happen? There are multiple app servers, like 3 or 4. That's how it usually works in production. Okay, production usually handles a lot of load. Okay, and to manage that, there is a load balancer, and as the name suggests, it will balance load between different servers. Okay, and each of these server has its own CPU and memory, and our application runs on this. Okay, now suppose you go to a login, or say for example, let us take the example of our CSRF. Okay, now what you did, you asked for a CSRF token. Okay, and say for example, the load balancer redirect you to the app 1, okay, the app server 1, and their session information was created, the session CSRF token was stored in the session, and you got this connect.sid. okay, now next time when you are sending this CSRF token, when you are trying to submit a form or for whatever purpose, okay, you asked for this CSRF token, you have to send it back, right? So that the form submission will happen properly, right? And in that scenario, and what happened, the load balancer at this time, it will redirect you to say app number 3 or a different app server. Okay, now in that app server, you don't have the session information, right? So definitely what will happen, it will say this is this CSRF token is not valid, right? So this is an interesting problem, and we solve it through a concept called as session stickiness. That is also going to be subject matter of this course, okay, this video. So we are going to see that, right? So now let us start implementing some code. Okay, so now currently we have connect.sid, and we are using it for two purposes. Okay, get CSRF token and get captcha, right? So captcha is stored in session, image will be sent, right? You have to read the image and you have to send this image, and along with this cookie ID, right? And based on this cookie ID on the server, the stored text will be compared to what you are sending. Okay, great. So we have this information in place, and with that, let us start. Okay, now if we go to index, okay, here you will see we are using session, right? So what is this session being used for? this is the session for the CSRF and the captcha, right? Now here, what is the expiry for this cookie? 3 minutes, right? And for my login session, I could have used this session. Only problem is this expiry, right? I want my login session to be valid for a day. Okay, of course it might change based on your business need, right? But ideally it should be valid for a day, right? So for this purpose, what I want to do, I want to clone this, okay, and here I want to add some more time. Okay, so how can I add more time to this? Of course, so this parameter will be taken in milliseconds, right? So I'll say 1000, okay, star seconds, okay, star minutes, and star hours. Okay, so what does this mean? This means for 24 hours this session is valid. Okay, so let me update the comment. Okay, so I will say 1 day or 24 hours. Okay, see, now there are two problems. Okay, so this session, we are creating two sessions, right? But how are these two sessions different from each other in terms of name, right? So both of them are named as connect.sid, right? So now we should be able to distinguish this, right? So what we can do, we can pass a name to this. Okay, so name, okay, and let us name it something. Okay, so this is just a general purpose server session, right? So I want to call it as server.sid. okay, and here this is going to be used for login, right? So I want to call it as name and say login.sid. okay, great. Now coming to the secret. Okay, for both the session, I don't want to use the same secret. Okay, I want to change the secret for the login session. Okay, so for this, what I will do, I'll go to env, and if you see here, I already have a session underscore secret. Okay, in the same line, what I have done, I have created another secret and called it as session secret login, right? So this I will copy and I will add it here. Okay, so both of them have different name and they are created with a different secret. Okay, great. Now if you see here, both the session, okay, they are lying in our index.js file, right? And this is not how I want to structure my code. Okay, so I'll come to middleware, I'll add a new file and I will add a middleware and I will call it as create session.middleware.js. okay, and here what I will do, I will bring this to, okay, I will cut, okay, and I will paste it here. And what I will do, I will say export const, I will say server session equals to, and I don't have to do the app.use, okay, and I will remove this bracket and I will correct the spelling. Okay, so what this is doing, server session equals to session and all the parameter that we have added previously, right? And the same thing I can do here. So I will say export const, I will say login session equals to, and I will delete the brackets. Okay, right? Now what else I need? I need this session. Okay, so this session I can get it from express session, right? So this is not being used here, so I can cut it from here. Okay, and I will add it here, right? Great. What else I need? I need the .env. I need the .env, right? So I will come here and add .env.config. Okay, why? Because we are reading the process.env, right? So we need the .env configuration here, right? So now what we have done, the session creation logic, we have extracted it into a middleware, right? And wherever we need this, we are going to use it. Okay, great. So with this, our logic to set up the session is completed. Okay, so we have given a different name, okay, and different age, okay, and they work on different secret. Okay, great. Right, now we will come to service. Okay, and here I will create a new file and I will call it as login.service.js. okay, and here we are going to write both the login and logout logic. Okay, so here I will say export const and I will say login equals to async. It will take the request and response object, request response, and it will be an arrow function, right? Now in the body we will get the username and password, right? So I will say const username and password equals to request.body, right? Then first thing what we have to do, we have to check if the username exists in the system, right? So I will say const user equals to this user schema dot find one. Okay, and how it will find? It will find by the user name, right? And here what I have to do, I have to await this, right? Then if this is not the case, that means if the user doesn't exist, what we will do, return res.status of 401, and I will say JSON and message, and we will say invalid credentials, right? Perfect. Then if the user is valid, what we have to do, we have to do the password validation, right? So I'll say const is password valid, equals to bcrypt, and I will import bcrypt first, right? So I will say import bcrypt from bcrypt, right? So I will say bcrypt, dot compare, compare what? Compare the password that is being sent in the body versus the password that is stored in the database. Now what we will do, we will do the validation. If is not password valid, what we will do, we will say return res.status 401 and JSON. And what I will do, let me copy this one, right? Of course we are not going to send any specific message, same message everywhere we will send invalid credential. Now if this is the case, now what we will do, we will set the session, and with what value we will set? Remember, when we were doing token based login, we used to set the payload, right? And that payload will go as a signed JWT token to the front end, and the front end will give it back. We will do the decode and we will get the payload back, right? Something similar we will do here. Instead of that payload, the value, we'll store it in the session, and on behalf of the session, a cookie information will go. When the cookie information will come back in the request, we will get the cookie, we will get the session from that cookie identifier, and we will get the value back, right? So here what I will say, request dot session dot, I will say user ID, and what value I can add? I can add user dot underscore ID, right? So when we are sending the payload, we are sending user ID and username, right? Similarly, this same thing we are doing here, but instead of creating a payload, we are just setting it in the session, right? So next time when we are doing the validation, we'll receive it back from the session, right? So I will say request dot session dot username equals to user dot username, right? And what I will say, res dot status, status of 204, and I'll pass an empty JSON, right? Because as such I don't have anything to return, right? What will be returned? The cookie information will be returned, right? That will automatically happen, right? So I will save this one. Then I'll come to auth route, and here I will say router dot post, slash login, and what I have to do, I have to give the login, and if you see here also we are getting some error, right? So what is this error saying? It is saying this schema, right? So I will add .js, right? So this is working. Now coming to the auth routes, right? So here if you see, we are setting login, and inside this login, what we are doing, we are accessing session information, right? And this session information, in order to make it available inside this scope, what we have to do, we have to pass the session creation middleware, right? This one, server.session, and we have login.session, right? So if you see here, we are setting session, right? But to which session we are setting, we don't know that, right? Because we have two sessions. One is the server session, one is the login session, right? So to which session we are setting inside this login? Who will define that? This middleware define that, So I'll say login session, right? So now when I pass this login session, this login, this login function or the service layer will have access to the request.session. Which session? The login session, So this is mandatory step, So login, right? Great. So now I'll come to postman, I'll come to login, and here admin and password, we are sending username and password, right? Now for now, temporarily you can ignore the OTP, right? I am not deleting this because I have to share the postman collection with you, right? After the series ends, right? So I'm not deleting this, right? But anyways, we are not reading this, right? So if you see here, the login service, what we are reading, username and password, right? So it's safe to keep it the OTP here, right? right? So I'm not deleting this, but for now just ignore this part, right? So username and password we are sending. So let me send it, right? And if you see here what happened, we get the login.sid, right? So this is the important here. So we are able to get the cookie back, and based on this cookie, okay, the server stored session information will be retrieved. Okay, so what is the next step? Now let us go to protected route, and if I send it, of course this is working, right? And only when I'm logged in it should work, right? So let us add the validation. Okay, so here I'll open the VS Code back, and in middleware I'll add a new file. Okay, and I will call it as validate login.middleware.js. okay, and here what I will do, export const validate login equals to, okay, async equals to, okay, request, okay, response and next. Okay, so this will be a arrow function, right? So what actually we have to do when doing the validation? So in login service we are setting the user ID, right? Now all we have to do is to see if this user ID exists or not, right? If this exists, then it's a valid session. If this doesn't exist, then it's not a valid session, right? It's not a valid login, right? So what I will do, if, okay, not of request.session.user ID, okay, what we will do, we will say return, okay, I will say res.status of 401 unauthorized, and I will say JSON, and I will pass a message as, you can give any error message, right? So for now I'm just saying unauthorized, okay, right? And if this is not the case, what I have to do, I just have to call the next method, right? Perfect. So now what will happen, let me do some console log here. Okay, so I'll say console.log request.session.user ID, or instead let me do the user name, right? Because user ID is the MongoDB user ID, right? That will be difficult for us to read. So I'll say username. Okay, and if you want, you can do validation for both user ID or username, both should exist, and both of them should exist, right? But for my purpose I'm just doing one validation. Okay, and even this line is also maybe optional, right? Based on what implementation you are doing, it depends on that, right? But minimum you have to send one identification for the user, right? Great. So let us do the username login. Okay, now what we will do, we'll come to protected route. Okay, and here what we will do, we will say this validate login, right? We'll call the validate login function. And what else we have to do? So if you remember the auth route, okay, this login information, okay, this is setting the session, right? And in order to do that, we are passing the login session, right? Now this protected route is supposed to read this information, right? So in order to read this, we also have to send this session information, right? Then only it will be able to read it. Okay, and why it is complaining, I think this .js middleware is extension is missing, right? And what else, session login is not defined. Okay, so what we will do, I'll say, I'll type it again. Okay, login session. Okay, so it will import it, right? So let us see, now this server is running successfully. Okay, so any function, okay, that is using session, before that this login session, it has to be called. Okay, it has to be passed as part of this middleware, right? Great. Now what we will do, I will come to Postman, I'll do a login. Okay, so we are getting this cookie, right? Now I'll come to protected route and I will send a message. Okay, and then I'll come to VS Code. Okay, and if you see, this log is coming. Okay, this is coming as admin. Okay, from where this is coming? This is coming from this request.session.user ID, right? So since we added it here, we are able to read it, right? Where we are able to read it? In the validate login, right? And let me do this. Okay, and just so that it won't throw any exception. Okay, now I'll show you the problem. Okay, so now what has happened, server has restarted, right? Now if I go and send the request, okay, what it is saying, unauthorized. Okay, and it is coming as undefined. Why? Because server restarted, right? So this login information that we have on the front end, this no longer exists on the back end, right? That's why we are getting the unauthorized error, right? So now if I do a login, okay, and if I come to the protected route, now it will work. Okay, right? So once we do a restart or it goes to different app server through load balancer, of course it will fail, right? Okay, now we will fix that. Okay, in some time we will fix it. Okay, but before that, let us do logout flow. Okay, so I will say export. Okay, const. I will say logout equals to. Okay, I will say async. I will say request. Okay, response. And here what I have to do, I have to destroy the session, right? So for this, what I will do, request dot session dot destroy, right? And this is the function. Okay, and what I will do, response dot, I will say clear cookie. Okay, which cookie? Login dot sid. Okay, and what I will do, res dot status of 204, no content, right? Okay, great. Now we have the logout, right? Where we are going to use it? We are going to use it in another route method, right? So route.post, I will say logout. Okay, and what else I have to do? I have to pass the login session. Why? Because we are destroying the session, right? And unless we don't pass this login session middleware, it doesn't know which session to destroy, right? So we'll pass it, and we'll also pass the logout, the service method, right? Great. So now we have logout in place. Let us test the flow once. So I'll do a login. Okay, I will go to protected route and send a request. Then we'll do a logout, and this server is stuck, right? So let us see what is going on. And here I think I should add the JSON function. Okay, so let us try this. Okay, so we will come to login. Okay, I'll come to protected route and I'll come to logout. Okay, so now if you see, no content, right? Now what will happen if I go to protected route? What will happen? See, unauthorized, right? Now if I do login again, and now if I go to protected route, it will work. If I do logout, okay, and now if I come to protected route, failed, right? So login, logout, and the protected route both are working as expected. Okay, now two more things we will do. We'll come to auth route, and if you see here, generate captcha. Okay, generate CSRF token. Okay, and this validate CSRF token, validate captcha. What they are doing here? They are reading the session information here as well, right? Which session information they are reading? So if we go to the session middleware, they are reading the server session, right? Not this login session. This is separate for login. This is separate for other purpose like the captcha and CSRF, right? So what I will do here, I will attach the session creation process just like I did here, right? So what I will do, I will say server session. Okay, and same thing I will do here also, server session, and here also I'll do the server session. Okay, great. So we are able to attach the session, we are able to validate it, right? Great. Now coming to the problem. Okay, so now if I go to protected route, it won't work. Okay, because this server restarted in between, right? So let us fix that one. Okay, so what we will do, we will use a npm package called as connect mongo. Okay, so what connect mongo will do, it will store the session information in MongoDB. Okay, so next time when your app server starts, it will read the information back from the MongoDB. Okay, it will not be an empty slate. Okay, it will read it back from the MongoDB, and if anything exists, okay, it will use that. If it doesn't exist, that's fine, right? So for this, what we will do, we'll install a package. Okay, so I'll say npm install, it is connect mongo. Okay, great. Now where we have to write the logic? In create session logic. Okay, so here what I will do, I will say import. Okay, I will say mongo store, and I'll import it from connect mongo. Okay, then I will come here, and there is a property called as store. Of course, if you want, you can store it in Redis or Memcache, right? But I'm going to store it here in the MongoDB. Okay, so I'm going to say mongo store dot, I will say create. Okay, and this will take one parameter, where on which MongoDB. Okay, so how it will identify? Based on the Mongo URI. Okay, so we already have a Mongo URI, right? So we are going to store it there. So it will take the function, it will take the object, configuration object, and it will store the Mongo URI. Okay, and from where we will get the Mongo URI? So if we go to index here, what we are doing, we are connecting to this Mongo URI, right? So I will copy it and paste it here, right? Great. Now since we have two sessions and each of them are named different, what we have to do, also we have to store it in two different collection, right? If we had only one session, of course we don't have to pass any information, it will store it as a default collection. But since we have two different sessions, okay, we are going to pass a collection name, and based on this session it will store that it in that particular collection. Okay, so what we will do, we will say collection name. Okay, and what name we can give, we can give, say for example, this is the server session, right? So I can say server session. Okay, and what I will do, I will copy this line. Okay, and what I will do, I will add it here, and I will just change this one to login session, right? And what is missing, one comma is missing here, that's why it is throwing this error, right? So now what we will do, our server is running as usual, right? And what we have done, our session will be stored in the MongoDB, right? So let me go to Postman, okay, and do a login. Okay, now I have done a login. Okay, I will come to MongoDB and I will do a refresh. Okay, so if you see here, the login session and server session, two new collection have come up, right? So I'll come to this login session, and if you see, there is an ID and there are some information about the session, right? Perfect. So if I scroll it here, you will find all the details. Okay, now this login session is stored. Now we will try to simulate the previous scenario, right? So what we will do, we will come here and I will just do a Control S, so that what will happen, this server will be restarted. Okay, now if I come to protected route, earlier it was not working, right? So if you remember, it was throwing unauthorized error. Now if I send a request, see, this is working, right? I am able to read the information. Okay, and I can show you again by doing a restart. Okay, I'll do this restart. Okay, and I'll come to protected route and it will work. Okay, when this will actually stop working, when I do logout. Okay, I do a logout and it will not work anymore, right? Now what will happen to this session in the database, I'll do a refresh. Okay, and it has been updated with some different information, right? So now what has happened, I'm not able to access it. Okay, when I'll be able to access it, when I do login, right? And then I'll be able to access it, the protected route, and I can do logout. And now this is all coming from the MongoDB, right? So even if your server restarts, or because of the load balancer, if your request goes to different server, it will still behave properly, right? Now coming to other examples, right? So say for example, you want to do captcha validation, you want to do OTP validation, right? What you have to use, request.session.userid, right? Earlier we were getting it back from the payload and we were attaching it in the request, like request.userid equals to our user ID, and that particular user ID we used to read for all further validation or doing anything in the service layer, right? Now all you have to do is, instead of reading it from request.user, from where you have to read, you have to read it from request.session. Okay, everything else will remain the same, right? There is no difference in other implementation, okay, like OTP implementation or your role-based access control, right? Of course, we'll see that later, but the only difference on how you read the user, okay, that is the only difference between implementation wise, okay, between the login using a token versus a session, right? Of course, architecture wise they are very different, but when you are going to read the user information for your purpose, there will be only two difference, request.user versus request.session. Okay, everything else will remain the same, right? So this is all about doing login by using the express section. Okay, and we have seen how we can leverage the connect Mongo and store the session information in MongoDB. Okay, we are going to dive detail on how role-based access control works. Of course, there are many ways to implement this, but here is my take on how to implement a simple but effective role-based access control, right? And if you are new to my channel, let me tell you, this video is a part of the playlist where I am discussing authentication and authorization, and I have discussed authentication in complete detail. If you want, you can check it in the given playlist. Now obviously it's time to discuss about authorization, right? Now let me briefly tell you what is the difference between authentication and authorization. So who you are, what is your username, are you logged in into the system? Do you have a password? Are you an active user? Right? This is what defines authentication. Authorization means what you can do in the system. Okay, are you allowed to delete a particular article, say for example, or are you allowed to delete a particular comment, or are you allowed to modify a configuration, right? So say for example, only admin can modify a configuration. Okay, this is what you can do, or authorization. Okay, authentication versus authorization, who you are versus what you can do. So that is the basic difference, and we have discussed at length about authentication, right? We have discussed token based authentication and we have discussed session based authentication, right? If you want, you can watch those videos. I'll give the link in the I button or in the description box below, right? Now obviously what are we going to discuss? Authorization, right? So now coming to authorization. Now what I have done, I'll take one example. Okay, so here I'll discuss API, which is basically an article publishing API. Okay, so what do I mean by that? So of course you can write an article and that article will be in draft state. Okay, you will publish, you will just add the article. Someone can edit the article if needed, right? Someone else can publish the article. Okay, someone else can revoke the article and someone can delete the article. Okay, so in all we have 5 to 6 operations. Okay, so get article, post article, then put article and delete article. Okay, so what I have already done, I have already implemented the article CRUD operation. Okay, why? Because showing you the CRUD operation is not the agenda of this video, right? What I want to show you how to do access control by role. Okay, so I don't want to waste much time in writing CRUD operation on the article, right? But I'll definitely give you the code walkthrough, and when I share the source code, of course you'll find that in the source code as well, right? The complete implementation. So this is the schema first that I'm discussing. Okay, so what I'm doing, I'm creating an article schema and it has few properties, actually 3 properties. Okay, so first is the title and description, right? These two are obvious. So these are of type string and it is anyways required, right? Now important one is status. Okay, so status is string, and what is the default status for the article? It will be draft state, right? And what values it can take? It can take draft, which is the default value, published and archived, right? And of course I am creating a schema model out of this and I am exporting it. Okay, now coming to service. So we have get all article and get article by ID. So what it is doing, it is finding all article that are in published state. Okay, this is important because if an article is not in published state, we don't want the user to be able to read it, right? And similarly get by ID. Okay, so you find article by ID, and if it is not in published state, throw error. If it is in published state, return the article. Okay, great. Now add article. So this is basically a post operation, right? So from the request body, we will receive the title and description and we will save it to our database. Okay, and when we add it for the first time, it will be in draft state. Okay, so that's why we are not receiving the status. Then update article. Okay, so here what we can update, title and description only we can update. Okay, so and here I'm not allowing you to update the status. Okay, why? I'll show you later. Okay, so here what we'll do, we'll get the article ID and we will get the title and description, right? And then find by ID and update. Okay, we'll update whatever we need. Okay, and we will do the proper error handling, whatever is needed, and we'll return a status. Okay, now this is a published article. Okay, what update we will do here? This is also going to be a put application, put API. Okay, but here what we are going to do, we are going to take an article ID, and what we are going to do, we are going to mark the status as published. Okay, and then we will save it, and of course there is a validation. It should be in draft state. Okay, before we do a publish, right? It should not be in archived state, right? That's the point of this validation. Okay, then revoke article. This is very similar to publish article, but the only difference is here we are changing status to archived if only it is in published state. Okay, if it is not in published state, we cannot archive it, obviously, right? So it will throw error in that case, and otherwise it will move it to archive state. Okay, and then there is delete article. Okay, so what this will do, this will find by ID and delete. So this will remove it completely from the system, from our database. Okay, now you will ask why I have added so many methods, right? So this is just to demonstrate permission. Okay, so here what I want to achieve by the end of this video is get article by ID, and get article should be public APIs. Okay, so anybody should be able to read the article. Okay, now add an article. Okay, that means only author. Now what do I mean by author? Author will be a group. Okay, I'll show you, I'll tell you, explain in more what is a group, what is a permission. Okay, so only author, okay, can add a article. Okay, then there will be another group, say reviewer. Okay, only reviewer can update the article. So if they want, they can do some spelling correction, or they want to change the tone of the article, whatever they want to do, right? But what they can do, only title and description, right? These fields they can update. Now there will be a publisher group. Now only publisher group can publish a article. Okay, they will do all background verification, whatever they need, like legal aspects. If they want, they can check, right? This is hypothetical example I'm taking, right? So if whatever check they want to do, they can check, and once every check passes, they will just publish the article. Okay, they cannot edit the content of the article. Okay, what they can edit, they can edit the status. Okay, so what they will do, they will publish the article. So this will belong to a publisher group. Okay, then there is a revoke article. Say for example, only admin can revoke it, right? So for whatever reason an article is supposed to be revoked, right? So who can do that? Only admin can do that. Okay, and delete article also, let's say only admin can do that. And if you want, you can add more groups, right? You can add a revoker group or a moderator group, right? Guest group. Okay, so you can add as many group as you want. Okay, now coming to group and permission. Okay, so what is a permission? So each permission is a database entry, okay, that will be associated with one particular operation ID. Okay, so in DB I'll have an entry called permission add article. Okay, and it will have a ID, right? So I'll attach that ID to this method. Okay, of course we'll do it through middleware, and I'll show you how it is done, but just brief I'll explain you. So there will be permissions. Okay, what is a permission? Each unit operation in our system will be a permission. Okay, so adding an article will be a permission. Okay, and updating an article will be a permission. Okay, publish an article will be a permission. Okay, then there will be a group. Okay, say for example author group. Okay, so what group will do? Group will do mapping between users and permissions. Okay, that means a group will define which permission can be done by which user, right? And of course one user can belong to multiple group, and one permission can belong to multiple groups, right? So say there is a group author. Okay, there is a user one that belongs to the author user. So what I will do, in that authors group permission, I will add, say, add article ID. Okay, then I'll write the validation, which will do the validation whether a particular logged in user belongs to the author group or not, based on the permission. Okay, and what is permission? Each unit operation of our API. Okay, so let us quickly start implementing that. Okay, so first the permission schema, right? So I'll come to schema, I'll say new file, and I will say permission.schema.js. Okay, then first what I have to do, I have to import mongoose, right? Import mongoose from mongoose, right? Then I will say const permission schema equals to new mongoose.schema. Okay, and I'll pass the configuration object, right? And here I will say name, and this will be type of string. Okay, and required to be true. Okay, then similarly what I can say, I'll say description. Okay, this is also going to be of type string. Okay, great. So only we need these two fields in the permission, right? We don't need more anything else. Okay, so this will just have a name and description, and of course MongoDB will generate an ID for us, right? So that ID we are going to actually use, right? Then what I will do, I will say const permission equals to mongoose.model. Okay, and I will say permission, and it will take the permission schema, right? And what I can do, I can say export default permission. Simple, right? Now what we will do, let us write the CRUD operation for permission, right? Of course we need CRUD operation, right? So let us start implementing that, and where we will do, in the service layer. So I'll add a new file, and I will say permission.service.js. Okay, now first what I have to do, I have to import the permission, right? So import permission from schema permission.schema.js. Okay, great. Then of course I'll not add each and every CRUD operation. I'll just add whatever is absolutely necessary for this video, right? Now you should be able to write whatever is needed, right? And if you want the full CRUD operation, of course that you will find in the code repository that I will share. Okay, and if you want to learn more about how to write CRUD operation on MongoDB, I already have created a playlist. I'll give the link somewhere in the I button or in the description. You can check that out, right? Then what I will do, I'll say export const, I'll say get all permission. Okay, and this will be an async operation, and it will take the request and response. Okay, and it will say const permission equals to await, okay, permission dot find, then res dot status of 200 dot json of permission, right? Simple. So you will get the list of all permissions, right? Then what I can do, I can say export const add permission. Okay, so I will say async, and it will take request and it will take response, and what it will do, const name comma description, and it will come from request.body, right? Then I say const new permission equals to new, okay, permission, and it will take the name and description, right? Simple. Then new permission dot save, and it will be a await operation. Okay, then res dot status, okay, of 201, and I'll send the new permission in the JSON. Okay, new permission. Now what we can do, let us go to routes, create a route for the permission and attach the service method, right? So I'll go to routes and I will say permission.route.js. Okay, so first thing what I will do, I will say import express from express, right? Then what I have to do, I have to create the new router. So const router equals to express.router, right? Then I will say router.get on root path. What I will do, I will say get all permissions, right? And router.post, okay, and here I will say add permission. Okay, now is this enough, right? Now is this enough? See, adding a permission, it should be both authenticated and authorized, right? So of course we are building the authorization system, so we'll see how to add authorization here later, but minimum we need authentication, right? So for that, what we can do, we can go to protected route, and what we have to do, we have to add the login session as well as validate session, right? So this we have to add anyways, right? And what else we have to do, we have to import it, right? So let us import it, and here I should add .js also, right? Great. So now, so we will add this to middleware so that only logged in user can access this API, right? And what else we have to do, we have to attach it in the index, right? So here what I will do, I will say import, okay, and I will say permission router from, okay, .routes/permission.routes.js, okay, and here what I will do, app.use/permission. Let me check if it is permission or permissions. Okay, so say get all, it is permission. Okay, so it is, let me copy this one so that we will not get any error. Okay, permission, and it will take the permission router. Okay, great. Now what we will do, we'll run it. So I'll say npm run dev. Let us see if it is throwing any error. So it is throwing some error. Okay, so what I have to do, I have to export it, right? So permission, so here I will say export default router, right? I will save it, right? So now it is successfully connected to the DB. That means our server is now running. So here, okay, let me run get all permission. Okay, it is saying unauthorized. Why? Because I have not logged in, right? So I'll come here and I'll do a login. Now this is the session based login, okay, and here I have not implemented the OTP. So anyways, I'm not sending OTP. The field is just there, okay. So it has created a session for me. Now I'll come here and I'll get all permission, and it is empty. Okay, so now we'll try adding a permission. Okay, now if you see, this is a naming convention that I am using, and there is a description. Okay, so now I'll try to add permission for each individual unit of operation in my API, right? So what is one unit of operation? Let us take one example. So if I go to service, okay, and article, this get all article and get article by ID will be public. Okay, so there is no authentication or authorization on this. Now coming to add article. Okay, add article is where I need authentication as well as authorization. Okay, first let me add a permission for adding an article. Okay, so here what I will do, I'll say article dot add. Okay, and here I will say add an article. Okay, and I will say send, and there is some error it has happened. Okay, so let us check what error it is showing. New permission is not a function. Okay, so let us check. Okay, so it should not be a function call like this. Okay, right, so typing error only, right? So let us do this again. So if you see, we have named, description, and an ID, right? This ID is important for us, right? So let me quickly add few more permission. Okay, and each of the permission will be responsible for one unit of operation in the articles schema, right? So what are the operations that we have? So we have article dot add, okay, article dot update. Okay, so I will say update an article. Okay, I'll send this. Then article dot publish, right, and I will say publish an article and I will send it. Okay, then I will say revoke, right, and I will say revoke an article and I will send the request, and I will say delete. Okay, and here also I will say delete an article. Okay, so I'll send this. Now I'll go to our database. Okay, I'll do a refresh. Okay, refresh, and if you see here we have permissions. Okay, so we have add a permission, adding permission, right? And if you see, we have article dot add twice, right? So I'll delete one. Okay, so when I ran it the first time and when you get the error, at the time it actually created, but when sending the response it failed, right? So I have removed one. Okay, so article dot add, article dot update, publish, revoke, and delete. Okay, so these are few permissions, okay, that are associated with my service, with my article service. Okay, now how to use this one, right? That is the most important part. So I will come here. Okay, and here, okay, I will create another middleware. Okay, and I can name it anything, but it would basically mean that for this operation, okay, for say example add article, and for this logged in user, do a validation against this permission ID, against this permission ID. Okay, so what I will do, I will say I'll create a middleware. Okay, so let me create a middleware and I'll say new file, and I'll say, for example, I will say check, okay, permission dot middleware dot js. Okay, and what I will do, I will say export const check permission equals to, it will be a arrow function. Okay, and so far we have seen it like this, right? So it will be a arrow function, and here it will take the request, okay, response, and a next method, right? Now here I also have to pass the permission ID in this middleware, right? So how can I do that? So I can create a middleware, okay, create a function that in turn return a middleware, right? So here how this will look like, so this will be, I can say permission ID, okay, and this will return, and here it should be equal to, okay, so check permission equals to permission ID as the first parameter, and it will return this method, which is nothing but a middleware function signature, right? So here what I will do, I'll just call the next function. Okay, we'll do the validation, but for now I have only added the next method. Okay, now here articles dot route. Okay, so here let me do this, okay, for better clarity, okay, so that we can read the code properly. I'll just do some alignment. Okay, right? So post, okay, it is doing, so this post method is adding an article. Okay, so it is doing validate login, and here what I have to do, I have to say check permission, and I have to pass this ID. Okay, which ID I have to pass, which ID? So I'll come to database, okay, and I will copy this ID, right, and I will pass it here, right, and I will paste this value, right? So now what I have essentially done, this add article, that is a unit of operation, I have bound it to this particular permission ID, right? Now this permission ID, if it presents in a group and this logged in user also is matched to that group, then only we will allow whether this particular logged in user can add a article or not, right? So now what I will do, let us test this flow. Okay, so here if you see the middleware permission, what it is doing, it is going to the next. Okay, that means success validation, just temporary. Okay, so now when I come here and I'll go to article and add an article. Okay, so title and description. Okay, just some dummy value, right? So I'll be able to add it, right? And if I go to database, okay, and I think I should do a refresh. Okay, so here I'll get the article. Okay, I'll refresh it and I'll get the value, right? Now to simulate the flow in which user doesn't have the permission, what we can do, I'll come here and I'll say res.status, okay, 403 unauthorized, okay, JSON, and I'll say message, and you can say you do not have the permission to perform this operation. Okay, simple message, right? And I will comment out the next method. Okay, this is just for demo purpose. Okay, we'll eventually add the proper logic here, right? So I'll come to the postman and I'll try to send the request again. Okay, so if you see 403 forbidden, right? You do not have the permission to perform this operation. Okay, what operation? Adding an article. Okay, so now what we have essentially done, we have created permission and we have attached it to a particular operation in our code base, right? Next step is we have to create the group, right? What group will do? Group will map user and permission, right? So this is the role of the group. So group can be, say for example, author group. Author will have n number of users and n number of permissions. Okay, if a operation that we want to do, okay, that belongs to author group and the logged in session, the user that has logged in, that also belongs to this group, then we will allow, otherwise we will not allow, right? Simple. And for this, what we are going to do, we are going to write few MongoDB aggregation pipelines. Okay, so let us do the group now. Okay, so here I'll come to schema. Okay, and here I'll add a new file and I will call it as group.schema.js, right? Okay, so what I will do, I will say import, okay, mongoose from mongoose, right? And I will say const group schema equals to new mongoose.schema, and it will take a configuration object, right? And it will have a name, right? So what is the name of that group, right? It could be author group, it could be admin group, moderator group, whatever name you want to add, right? Then it will have users, okay, array of users. Okay, so here this will be of type, okay, mongoose.schema.types.object id. Okay, and it will reference what? It will reference the user, right? Which user? So if you come here, user, this user, right? So this will reference this user. Okay, similarly I will have permission, okay, permissions, again plural, okay, and it will be of type, okay, mongoose.schema.types.object id, and it will reference, okay, reference what? It will reference the permission. Okay, so I will copy this line and add it here, right? Then what I will say, I will say const group equals to mongoose.model, okay, and I will call it as group, and it will take the group schema and it will say export default group, right? Simple. Now what you have to do, you have to add CRUD operation on this, right? So I'll just add the add operation. Okay, if you want you can add more operation like the delete, update, right? And in the, okay, but for the purpose of this demo I'll just have only one operation and maybe the get all group operation. Okay, so what I will do, I'll come to service, okay, and I'll add a new file and I will call it as group.service.js, right? Then I will first, what I will do, I will say import group from group schema and I will add the .js extension. Then I will say export, okay, const, I'll say get all group, okay. So just for the purpose of demo, I'll add this get all group method, okay, and it will be a async function, and this will take request, okay, and response. And what I will do, I will say const groups equals to await, okay, then I will say group dot find all group, it will find and it will return, right? So I'll say res dot status of 200 dot json, and it will be groups, okay, perfect. Now of course add, right? So I will say export const add group equals to async request and response, okay. So what are the value that we are expecting? So we are expecting, okay, name, users and permissions, right? And this will come from request.body. Then I can say const new group equals to new, okay, group, and we will pass name, users, permissions, simple, okay. Then new group dot save, and what we have to do, we have to await on this, right? Then res dot status of 201 and json new group, right? So we'll send the newly created group, right? So this much is completed. So we have added to service method, right? What else we have to do? We have to attach route. So I will say group dot routes dot js, okay. Here what I have to do, import express from express, right? And I will add the quote marks, right? Then I'll say const router equals to express dot router, right? Simple. Then I'll say router dot get, okay, and I will say on the root path I will say get all group, okay, and I will also say router dot post, and it will say add group, okay. And what else we have to do, we have to add authentication on this, right? So how we will add authentication? So we'll go to protected route and we'll borrow this two line, right? And here I will add it, okay, and here also I will add it, because obviously adding a group or a permission, it should be authenticated as well as an authorized operation, right? Now since we are building the authorization framework, we'll just keep the authentication for now. When the framework is ready, we'll inject the authorization part here as well, right? Okay, and what else we have to do, we have to borrow this two line as well, right? Because I don't want any non-logged in user to be able to add the groups, right? Because again that will be a very high security issue, right? So, and here also I'll add the .js extension, okay, perfect. Now what we have to do, we have to add it to the index, right? So I will come to index, okay, and here what I will do, I will import, okay, I will say group router from /routes/group.routes.js, okay, and here I will say app.use, and I will say group, and it will take the group router, okay. So let me save this one, and it is crashing. So let us check what is the error. Okay, so again I forgot to export it, right? So here what I will do, export, okay, default router, right? And what else? Okay, and it should be small m model, not the capital M model, right? So with this fix, it is running now, okay. So now we'll go to Postman, okay, and here I have article, group, permissions and groups, okay. So we'll do get all groups, okay. Of course we don't have anything, so we will get empty, okay. Now what we will do, we will do add a group, okay, add group. Now here what I want to do, let us for example I want to create a group called author, okay. Now what we will do, we will come to database, okay, and I will come to users, okay, and we have only one user, right? So let us for example purpose, what we will do, we will add this user, okay, to the author group, okay. So what I will do, I will come here and I will paste it here, right? Now coming to permission, right? So here I have get all permission, right? So this is permission for article add. So I'll pick this ID, okay, and I will add it here, right? Since this is an array, if you want, you can add multiple users as well as multiple permissions, right? So I'll send the request, okay. Now I'll open the database, okay, and I will do a refresh. Okay, and if I do refresh, groups will appear. Okay, and if you see here, okay, it is author and we have users array, and that has a ID, right? From where this ID is coming, it is 716, right? So this user ID is 716, right? Then we have permission. Okay, permission, okay, which has this ID, which is 4b4, right? So if we go to permissions, what is 4b4? That is article.add. So what has happened? This author group has mapped one user to one permission. Okay, of course it can do multiple because this is an array, right? Great. So now we have group and we have permission and we have users, and the users and permissions are mapped to group. Now in this part, what we will do, we will start writing the main crux of the permission. Okay, so in the previous video we created this check permission middleware. So this is supposed to do the validation based on the permission that we are passing, the permission ID. Okay, and in the request we have the user ID. So we are going to use these two fields. Okay, and then we are going to write some MongoDB aggregation pipeline and determine whether the particular user is supposed to access this permission ID or not, right? So let us start writing that, and I'll try my best to explain the MongoDB aggregation pipeline. But since this is not a dedicated course about the aggregation pipeline, I'll just show you what is needed for this video. But if you want a dedicated video on the MongoDB aggregation pipeline, please do let me know in the comment section and I'll plan a video on that. But for now, we'll just see whatever we need. Okay, so now if you come to login service, okay, when a user is successfully logged in, what we are doing in request.session, we are storing the user ID, right? Now what we have to do, we have to get this user ID. Okay, so I'll say const user ID equals to request.session, right? So now we have permission ID and now we have user ID. So let us do one validation. If okay, not user ID, for whatever reason we don't have user ID, then what we will do, we'll throw error. Okay, so I will copy this line and add it here. Okay, great. So one round of validation is complete. Now what we will do, we will start writing our aggregation. Okay, so for this I will say await, and on which document we have to do the aggregation. We have to do the aggregation on the group. Okay, so for this I will say group. Okay, and for this what I have to do, I have to import the group. Okay, so here if you go to schema, here we are exporting the group, right? So now here what I will do, I will say import, okay, group from schema, group.schema, and I will add .js. Okay, then and if you see here, this await is complaining that it is not part of the async function, right? So what we will do, we will add async keyword here, right? So now I can use await. Okay, then group dot, I will say aggregate. Okay, and this aggregate will be a function and it will take an array. So what will be the content of this array? This array will have the individual aggregation pipeline. Okay, so that is the whole idea of aggregation. You create pipelines. In each pipeline you filter some data. In the next pipeline you perform some operation on the data that you get from the previous pipeline. Okay, so that's how the aggregation pipeline works. So here what we will do, we will assign this to a variable, right? So I will say groups with permission. Okay, okay, now if you see, I'm saying groups, okay, plural. So it's possible that one user and that permission that we are checking, it could be available in multiple groups, right? Because a permission can belong to multiple group, okay, and a user as well can belong to multiple group, right? So it's very much possible that a pair of user and permission can belong to multiple groups, right? So I'm saying groups with permission. Okay, so on which groups we have this permission associated with this user ID. Okay, great. So first what we will do, we'll write our first pipeline. Okay, and this pipeline is nothing but a match pipeline. Okay, so if you can think, it is similar to a where condition in your SQL domain, right? So what I will do, I'll say match, and this is basically an object. Okay, so we'll write some match condition. Okay, so what is the first match condition? My first match condition will be on users, right? So users, it will be of type, okay, mongoose dot types dot object id dot create from hex string. Okay, so the id, the underscore id, that is basically a hex string kind of thing. Okay, so from that I'm saying you create a mongo id, okay, from the parameter that I'm passing, and match that with the users that matching this user id. Okay, similarly I'll do permissions. Okay, I'll say permissions, also it will be mongoose dot types dot object id dot create from hex string, and it will be permission id, right? So what we are doing, we are matching from users table all the users that have this id, okay, and all the permissions that have this id, right? So this is one pipeline. Okay, so what will be the next pipeline? Next pipeline will be my projection pipeline. Okay, so projection is like kind of select. Okay, so I run my where condition, it filters some data. Okay, from there I'll do the selection of the particular columns that I want to extract. Okay, so for that what we will do, we will say project. Okay, project from where? So since this is the pipeline, the output from this pipeline will be used in the projection. Okay, so I will say underscore id as 1. Okay, and I will say name as 1. Okay, so that means 1 means it is saying project underscore id and name. Okay, as simple as that. So essentially what we have done, so if you think in terms of SQL, okay, what we are doing, select I underscore id and name from group where user id equals to this user id and permissions equals to this permission id, right? Okay, great. Now what it is supposed to return? It is supposed to return an array of groups which will have this underscore id and its name, right? Great. So now what we have to do? Okay, in what scenario it will be a valid permission? That means user is allowed to perform the operation. Minimum one group if it belongs to, right, in which the user and the permission have the mapping, right? Minimum one group. They can be part of multiple groups, right? So as long as, okay, if groups with permission dot length is greater than 0, okay, that means the user has permission to do this operation. Okay, so what we will do, we will simply call the next method. Okay, so I will cut it from here and I will paste it here, and what I will do, I'll remove and I will return next. Okay, great. And if this is not the case, okay, so I'll say else. What we will do, we will add this line, the 403 forbidden error, right? Great. So we have permissions with length greater than 0. If this is the case, the user has valid permission and we will call the next method. If not, what we will do, we will throw the error. Okay, great. Now it's testing time, right? So now what I have done, I have created 3 different users. Okay, one is author, okay, one is editor, and one is approver. Okay, now what is the approver supposed to do? It is supposed to approve, okay, and it will ultimately do the publish operation. Okay, author will do the adding the article, that is the post operation, and editor will essentially do the put operation, right? So if you see the permissions, we have add, update, and publish. Okay, so for now I am not taking the example of revoke and delete. Of course, if you want, you can create an admin user and map that permissions, right? So for now I have 3 permission add. Okay, who can add? Author can add. Okay, now update, who can update? Editor can do the update. Okay, and then what else I have? I have publish. Okay, who can publish? And approver. Okay, this approver can do the publish. Okay, so now coming to group. So what I have, author is as a group, okay, approver as a group, and editor as a group. So if you see user, okay, in the author group I have the author user ID, okay, and which permission ID? So permission ID of this add article. Okay, and which user? The author user. Okay, similarly I have created other groups in which I have added the corresponding user and permission, right? Based on your use case, you can do. So if you want, you can put everything into admin group, right? Because that might be the use case that you want to go. Okay, you might want to create a moderator group. Okay, and you might want to assign different permission to moderator and different permission to author, right? So based on your need, you can create your different types of groups, right? So for our purpose, I am creating author, approver, and editor, each with a permission of add, update, and publish. Okay, great. Now what we will do here, if you go to articles route, okay, here I have check permission on which method. So this is add article. Okay, so add article has this for before method, right? Now similarly, what I can do, I can do this for put. Okay, put in which what we are taking the title and description, which will be updated by author. Okay, so this user author. Okay, so what we will do, I will first do a little bit of indentation here. Okay, and great, and I will copy this line and I will add it here and update article. Okay, what is the permission associated with this one? So this is the permission ID, right? So I will add it here. Similarly, I'll do this for this put operation. Okay, so what is this? This put operation will do publish the article. Okay, so who can publish? The approver can do the publish, right? So I will copy this check permission and I will add it here, and I will copy this line and I will add it here, right? So now what I have done, I have added permission in each unit operation in my API. Okay, this permission is in this table. Okay, this permission is mapped to different groups. Okay, and in each group we have different users. So based on that, we are doing the validation, right? Great. So now coming to articles, we already have one article, right? Which is understanding JavaScript closer. Great. Now what I will do, I'll come to Postman, I'll come to login, and here I am author. What other user I have? So let us take user. So here I have the author, right? I'll do a login with this author, right? Now what is this author is supposed to do? It is supposed to work on adding a article, that is a post operation, not a put operation, right? So now what I will do, I will come to Postman, I'll come to article and I'll say put article, and here what I'm saying, understanding JavaScript closer, and I'm updating this line by example. Okay, now who is supposed to do this? The editor is supposed to do this, right? But I'm logged in as author. So what will happen if I try to do this operation? It will say you do not have the permission to perform this operation, right? Now who can do this operation? Now I will come to logout and I will do logout, and I will come to editor. I will say editor, and for my simplicity I have kept password as password simple, right? And this OTP anyways we are not using. This was the example from the token based login, right? I'm not deleting the OTP field because ultimately I have to share the Postman collection with you guys, right? So I'm not deleting, but this OTP we are not using. Okay, so I'm simply logging in as editor. So I'll do login. Now I'll come to update. Okay, and now I will send the request. Okay, now what it is saying, article must be in draft state. Okay, now why I am getting this error? So if you see this article ID it is supposed to take, right? That article ID is not correct. Okay, so I will come here and I will copy this article ID. Okay, and I will paste it here. Okay, of course if you want you can change the error message, right? So I'll send this request. Okay, so now it has actually updated. Okay, so if you see the database, what it is saying, understanding JavaScript closure, and I will do a refresh. So now what has happened? By example, right? So update has happened. And who is able to do the update? Only an editor is able to do the update. Okay, now coming to publish. Okay, so here what I am doing here, it is doing publish. The publish route it is trying to hit. Okay, so I will take this article ID. Okay, and I will add it here. Right now, with what credential I am logged in? I am logged in as editor. Is an editor supposed to do the article publish? So if I say send request, right, you don't have the permission, right? Who can publish this article? Okay, now before that I'll show you get all article. It will be empty, right? Why it is empty? Because only published article we are supposed to show it to the user, right? So which is this get all articles, right? So the editor logged in user cannot publish it, right? So what I will do, I will log out, okay, and I will log in as what is the username. So if you come to users, it is approver, right? So I will log in as approver, okay, and I will send a login request. Now I have logged in as approver. Now I will come here and I will say publish article, okay. So now status is published. Now if I come here and get all articles, see, now I'm able to get the one and only one article that I have in my system, right? Great. So what we have essentially done, we have mapped, okay, each unit of operation to a group, and that group contains a set of users who can perform the operation, right? And based on that permission, we are able to do the validation whether a logged in user can perform the operation or not, right? It is as simple as that. Great. So this is the whole idea of doing role-based access control, right? Now, few caveats here. Here, if you check the VS Code, I'll open, and permissions. Here I'm saying get permission and add permission. Here also we should add the validation, right? As well as in groups. Here also get and post, it should be validated by the login as well as the permission check, right? So anybody should not be able to do the validation, right? And I leave the task to you so that you have something to practice, right? What you have to do in route of the group and the permission, you have to attach the different respective permission ID. Okay, for that, what you have to do, you have to go to permission, okay, and add a permission, and here you can say permission dot add, right? And you have to add an entry to the database, right? Then what you have to do, you have to come to the database, the permission, okay, refresh it, and you have to come to permission add, you have to copy it, okay, and you have to attach it in this route, okay, where this permission route, right? Here you have to add the check permission middleware along with the ID that we have generated in the database, right? So I leave that task to you, but remember, at one point you will become blocked. Why? Because at one point you will add a permission to this router post in which you are adding a group, okay. Now by default you should have an entry, say for example admin, okay, here in the groups table, which should have the mapping of the group add permission and a admin user, okay. Otherwise you will not be able to add groups, okay. And this is a group, say for example admin, okay. By default you have to, so when you are shipping your code to your client, okay, by default you have to give a out of the box group, you can call it as admin or whatever. By default it should have the permission of adding groups and permission, right? Otherwise your client or whoever is trying to access the API, okay, for the first time they will not be able to perform any operation, right? So when you are shipping your code, you have also to ship a group, say called admin, and the permissions for the permission and group, okay, whatever operation you are doing, say add group, okay, delete group, publish new group, add new permission, delete permission, okay, these are called as out of the box operation that you have to provide, okay, along with your code, so that a default admin user, okay, he should be able to log in, create more groups and more permission and more users, right? Otherwise your user will be blocked, okay. So I leave that task to you, and if you face any difficulty, feel free to ask me in the comment section. I'll try my best to answer your queries, right? And this is the base of doing a role-based access control, okay. I really hoped you learned something new from this. If you did, give this video a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, because this is the kind of content I bring on this channel. And with this, the authentication and authorization masterclass is completed. I really hope you enjoyed this whole series in which we deep dived into the different concepts of authentication and authorization. Feel free to share your thoughts in the comment section. How did you like this video? If you want any modification on this, if you have any suggestion, if you find any loophole, if you find any further security issue, feel free to discuss it in the comment section, okay. Either me or other members of our channel. They will love to answer any questions. Okay, great. So with that, I'm concluding, and I'll see you in a next upcoming series.